days where we thought we wouldn't make it out, but we stuck it out. Today's our day. Today's our day. There were nights we would fight, no end in sight, nothing was right. Tonight's our night. Tonight's our night. I'll fight for you until this life is over. There's no giving up here, babe. We'll make it out and fall in love tonight. Ain't nothing needed but us feeling right. Just take a chance, we got a wild ride. Wait and see, you and me, we were meant to be. We were meant to be. We were meant to be. There were times when we found it, fell back in love. The best still to come. Our time is now. Our time is now. I'll fight for you until this life is over. There's no giving up here, babe. We'll make it out and fall in love tonight. Ain't nothing needed but us feeling right. Just take a chance, we got a wild ride. Wait and see, you and me, we were meant to be. We were meant to be. We were meant to be. We were meant to be.
I am with you in the darkness. I will be your light. Every word sent down from heaven has the power of Christ. When you feel like you're alone and the light is wandering low, just a whisper through the gloom, you will find your compass pointing home. I am with you in the darkness. I will be your light. Every word sent down from heaven has the power of Christ. When you feel like you're alone and the light is wandering low, just a whisper through the gloom, you will find your compass pointing home. let you down. These late nights turn to days. Don't wanna let you down. With each breath we give away, it'll never be the same. I'm chasing somebody who won't ever ease the pain, but I don't want half of your heart, heart, heart. You can have it back if it's only half of your heart. If it's only half of your heart.
Good afternoon. Well, actually, yeah, right at noon. We started right at noon. So, welcome back to the Divine Mercy Radio Care-a-thon. You are listening to Divine Mercy Radio, 101.7 KJDM Lindsborg, Salina, 105.7 KMDG Hayes, 88.1 KRTT Great Bend, 88.1 KVDM Hayes, 89.1 KGOH Colby, and 107.3 K297AI Hill City. We also want to welcome back all of those who are watching us live on YouTube and Rumble and all of our other outlets that you can watch this Divine Mercy Radio Care-a-thon on. Remember that we are here trying to meet our goal of raising $125,000 with this spring's Divine Mercy Radio Care-a-thon, the theme of which is Behold, I Make All Things New. I am Allison Ochoa, and I am thrilled to be back with all of you this afternoon as we welcome in several wonderful guests. But before we do that, I do want to announce just a couple of things. Again, our goal is $125,000. When we started this Care-a-thon on Tuesday, we started with $30,150 of matching funds. Today, we've had several individuals and organizations make donations. Just before lunch, we had Paula Schumacher. I apologize, Paula, if I mispronounced your name, who had donated $250. And then over the lunch hour, we had St. Nicholas of Myra, Knights of Columbus, who also donated $250. So those donations double. As of right now, our weekly total that we've raised is $53,421, which is an amazing amount. And we are so grateful for all of those of you who have stepped up to the plate and volunteered to help us meet our goal to keep the radio stations on the air and allow us to evangelize and share the gospel message with people across our state. We do have matching funds left in the amount of $7,560. So if you want to take part in helping us get rid of those matching funds, using those all up, we would love to hear those phones ringing. So please give us a call at 785-621-4110. Again, the number is 785-621-4110. You can also donate online at dvmercy.com. Again, that website address is dvmercy.com. While you're at our website, you can watch the little thermometer that we've got there on the homepage as it continues to grow over the course of the next day and a half. We would love to see us meet that top goal of $125,000 or even exceed that goal. So please, if you're able to help us in some way, whether it's big or small, we would appreciate anything that you could donate to help us meet that goal and continue our mission. I do want to offer a huge thank you to Hickok's Steakhouse, who provided lunch for our volunteers and staff this afternoon. Hickok's has hand-cut steaks, salmon fillets made from scratch soups and rolls, an extensive wine list, banquet seating for 40. They have a large menu, and they do have a very unique dining experience in store for you. Owners Greg Whitehair, Damon Hoare, and owner-manager Oscar Runyon and their staff are top-notch, and they are willing to give you just a wonderful Western dining experience. So please go out and support them. They are underwriters with us. They've provided lunch for us all week, and we could not be more grateful. So thank you to Greg, Damon, and Oscar for all of your support of Divine Mercy Radio. As we enter this afternoon portion of our Thursday of the Care-a-thon, I do want to remind you that if you make donations of certain amounts, you will be eligible to win various prizes. And some things we'll just automatically throw in as a gift to you and as a way of saying thank you. So to all of those who donate $250 or more, you will be entered into a drawing for one of the following raffle prizes: a Bose portable smart speaker donated by Dave and Janet Schmidt, owners of Dave's Auto Repair in Hayes. They also donated 2 custom cutting boards, and these are absolutely stunning, larger than normal cutting boards. So you would be, anybody who wins those would be in for a treat. We also have a pair of ladies' yellow 14-karat stud earrings, 0.88 carat total weight that were donated by Dustin and Lainey Roths, owners of Diamond R Jewelry in Hayes. We have a handmade ladder rosary donated by Dora Liker of Munger. We have a $150 gift certificate to Big E Meats donated by Stephen and Melissa Biggie of Hayes, and a $100 gift certificate to Hickok Steakhouse in Hayes donated by Oscar Runyon, Greg Whitehair, and Damon Hoare, owners. All donors that make a pledge of $500 or more will receive the chance to get into the drawing for those amazing prizes. Plus, you will receive a 60-second radio spot that allows you to celebrate a loved one's birthday, an anniversary, a baptism, a wedding, graduation, or anything that you want to celebrate and recognize on the air. Anyone giving $1,000 or more will be eligible for all those prizes. You'll get the 60-second radio spot, and you will receive 2 tickets to the annual banquet, which will be held Saturday, September 12th in Hayes. This year's guest speaker will be the host of Catholic Connections, Teresa Tomeo. I also want to start out this hour by giving us if I can find my trivia questions here we go. We will start out the hour with a trivia question. So if you know the answer to this question, give us a call at 785-621-4110. So here's the trivia question. Which of these was the son of a king? A, David, B, Eli, C, Adam, or D, Jonathan? Again, which of these was the son of a king? A, David, B, Eli, C, Adam, or D, Jonathan? So if you know the answer to that trivia question, give us a call at 785-621-4110. Again, it's 785-621-4110. And now, the moment many of you have been waiting for, we jump into our first interview of the afternoon with Curtis Hammocky. And Curtis is going to be sharing with us a little bit of information about his journey in guiding Catholic education and serving students and strengthening faith. So Curtis and his wife, Annette, have been living in Hayes for 26 years. They have 3 adult children, all of whom graduated from TMP Marion. He spent his early career in collegiate athletics, moving around and finally settling in as the director of athletics at Fort Hays State University. His wife, Annette, has spent time teaching special education and serving as director of religious education. They are parishioners of Immaculate Heart of Mary Parish in Hayes, and they are involved in the Eucharistic Homebound ministry. Curtis recently retired from collegiate athletics and soon after assumed his current role as president of Hayes Catholic Schools. So welcome in, Curtis.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
So glad to have you this afternoon.
Glad to be here.
So yes, of course. So you've got, you retired from one position, immediately jumped into another, but they're not far off in terms of mission. You're celebrating excellence. You are, supporting students and their families. And so give us a little bit of an idea, coming from that university athletics background, what was that transition into Catholic school leadership like?
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities, of course, but the transition was a learning curve for me to be back in a high school environment or grade school environment for that matter, over both the schools. So, but I think the shining difference is just the prioritization of the faith. And I think that's something that we all have or need to strive for in our lives. And it's something that I can live more openly on a day-to-day basis, I think, in this role in collegiate athletics. That's been in me for a long time, but you're not able to wear it out as much on a day-to-day basis. So this has been refreshing to be able to speak openly about our faith without infringing on other people's concerns or whatever, I guess. So that's something that's been a transition, I think, moving from there to here. But I think as through the later years of my career, just realizing more and more what's truly important in all of our lives. We put a lot of emphasis on athletics, and athletics is just one example of many things that we put out in front of our faith. Okay, so that's just one example. For some, it's money. For others, it's power or fame or acknowledgement, whatever that may be. Just the challenges that come with the secular world that we're all involved in. And that just became increasingly more important to me to to make sure that I'm spending more of my time on what's truly the most important.
Yeah. And you get to work much as you did at Fort Hayes with a variety of age ranges, a
Yeah.
variety of donors and people of that nature. But even now, you get to work with the much younger generation with
Yeah.
those elementary school
Yeah.
students a little bit and
Yeah.
oversee what's going on there. Um, a little departure from maybe what we had planned to talk about, but can you give our listeners an understanding of there's a subtle difference between Holy Family Elementary and TMP Marion in terms of one is governed by parish, essentially,
Right.
and the other is governed by the diocese. Can
Right.
you give our listeners an understanding
Right.
of that?
The Holy Family is governed by Immaculate Heart of Mary, and then TMP is governed by the Diocese of Salina. So there is those two oversight capacities there, and that's something I'm really still trying to get my arms around myself, because we're calling ourselves Hayes Catholic Schools.
Mhm.
And so there's opportunities to integrate each other together more and more. It is all seamless at this point in time, coming out of Holy Family straight into the junior high system at TMP Marion, and then the high school continues from there. So it's all one unit, so to speak, but
Mhm.
they are governed separately. But so it creates some interesting opportunities for us moving forward, as where we can integrate each other together more seamlessly than we currently are. But we visualize ourselves as all together.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, how did your role in collegiate athletics, how did that prepare you for this role leading our Hayes Catholic Schools?
Well, I think the main thing is probably just relationships. We're in a people business, and in athletics, and you're dealing with a lot of people, you're running a lot of projects, so something that's really important in that is a work ethic, and then the ability to get along with people and relationship building. So I think some of those apply,
Mhm.
certainly in this position. But I don't like to look at this as a business. I really don't view it that way. We'll talk about enrollment a little bit later and stuff like that, but my mindset on that really truly is, we're not trying to convince people to come to Catholic schools for our benefit. We want them to come to Catholic schools for their benefit.
Yeah.
And I think that's a difference in mentality. Okay, that's a stray from a business approach where, okay, we need more enrollment so we can help make things work financially. I don't think that's truly our mission, or truly is to get as many people this educational opportunity to have the true gift that this is.
Mhm.
Catholic education is a tremendous gift that a lot of communities don't have, and we want as many Catholics or non-Catholics to have the opportunity to experience that education. That's what our goal is.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about finances, we want to try to make that as affordable as possible for people to be able to do it with scholarships or whatever it may be, because the end goal is to expose as many people to this environment as we can. It's phenomenal. And today more than ever, I think it's really, really important. So to take advantage of this tremendous gift that we have in town, again, whether it's fundraising or it's working on projects that are similar things that I did do at Fort Hayes, it's ultimately about dealing with people,
Yeah.
and hopefully showing that we have something very special to give.
And you really come at this from a couple of different standpoints, both as an administrator, having that background, but also as a dad.
Yeah.
You had all three of your
Yeah.
kids come through the
Yeah.
Hayes Catholic Schools, and two of the three, I don't know about your third, two of the three are still involved in Hayes Catholic Schools
Yeah.
in a big way.
Yeah.
For those of you who aren't familiar with Curtis, his son, Father Andy Hammocky, is the chaplain at the Como Catholic Campus Center down at Fort Hayes State, but also does a lot of work with TMP Marion.
Right.
And then your daughter, Alicia, is the assistant principal at Holy Family Elementary.
Right. And our youngest son, Nick, is in Kansas City.
Uh-huh.
He's in actually Raymore, Missouri, but they've all three been inspiring to me in my faith life, and in their different ways.
Yeah.
Just the strength of their faith is, we all inspire each other, right?
Sure.
And I think they've been very inspirational to me, and seeing them grow the way they have in their faith. Father Andy, by the way, really attributes a lot to Divine Mercy Radio.
Yeah.
You know, he talks about, as you've heard him say before, just in his years at Fort Hays, working in the grounds department with a headset on and listening to Divine Mercy, and he really enjoyed that. And I think that it's a good plug for this station, you know, and the impact that it's made on a lot of people.
Yeah, we'll definitely take him as a spokesperson anytime.
He's a good
He is.
He believes in it.
And not only that, but you've got, your grandchildren now too are also part of the Hayes Catholic School. So your legacy, I mean, you're passing this on, you're a living example of what that means to pass that desire for the kids to receive that solid Catholic education.
Oh, no question about it. It's a great, like I said, a great gift for our community, and to see them in the Catholic grade school right now is, going over to a Tuesday or a Thursday morning 8:00 mass is something I would highly recommend for anybody that has an opportunity to do it, because if that doesn't bring a smile to your face, then I don't know what would. But watching the kids celebrate mass over there, and then it's special in a different way up at TMP. They're a little older, but all facets of having mass in school, as you and I both know, I mean, there's nothing more important than they're going to do in a day than go to mass. And so having that opportunity in their lives is really special. But it sure is fun to go over to a grade school mass. I really enjoy that.
And they do such a good job.
They do a great job.
Yeah.
And there's the responses and the energy. And, once in a while, Father, during a homily, will come out and ask a question. And boy, every hand in the room goes up, and whether they know the answer or not.
They give it a good try.
But it's fun to watch it. Yeah, it's a great experience.
And they're involved from, readers, or they read the petitions, or they read the responsorial psalm.
Yeah.
They're involved as musicians. They bring up the gifts. They serve.
Yeah, they're totally engaged, and it's very special. I can think back, when I was a child, going to St. Rose Catholic School in Great Bend, and I was thinking about that even this morning. When you're there as an adult watching a grade school mass, or a high school mass for that matter, you somehow flash back to that experience that you had when you were in that situation. Mm-hmm. And so I catch myself watching these young servers or whatever, and, looking up so faithfully at Father, like, whatever you need me to do.
They're ready for it.
They're ready, yeah. And I just think back to those days, and you remember the words that the priest would say under his breath that the rest of the congregation doesn't get to hear. Just little pieces of the mass like that you get exposed to, being up there right next to him, and it's pretty special. But I have flashbacks of that now, just watching the grandkids up there serving or whatever they're doing. It's just neat to bring that back into your mind from your childhood.
So, thinking back a little ways, not terribly far, but, your experience in this collegiate athletic field where you're working on teamwork, discipline, resilience, all of those aspects of working together in this people business. Really, that's what it is. But what are those elements that you brought into your role here with the Catholic schools?
Well, all of those are here, but faith is here, but resilience is important. Toughness is important. We have to build up a thick skin and a toughness in this world. Mm-hmm. And I think the resilience that's involved in athletics, the teamwork, the getting along with everybody, that's going to happen in all walks of life for them. All those are big factors that athletics helps create and build on. But I don't think there's any of those character traits that aren't evident in our Catholic schools.
Yeah. Well, before we move on with the rest of our interview, I do want to read again our trivia question for the 12 o'clock hour. Which of these was the son of a king? Was it A, David, B, Eli, C, Adam, or D, Jonathan? Give us a call at 621-4110 if you know the answer to that trivia question, or even just want to take an educated guess. Again, which of these was the son of a king? Was it A, David, B, Eli, C, Adam, or D, Jonathan? Our number here at the station is 785-621-4110. If you want to ask our guests a question at any point during today, you can also text us at 785-621-4110, and we will have our volunteers get us those texts, those questions that you have for us and our guests, and we will make sure to read those on the air. I also want to recognize the anonymous donor who just called in with a $1,000 donation. So I'm not sure who you are, but God bless you for your generosity. Again, that was an anonymous donor with a $1,000 donation to help us further our mission here at Divine Mercy Radio and help us, excuse me, get a little bit closer to that $125,000 goal. Apologies. Okay, so let's move back into our interview with Curtis Hammocky. And Curtis, what sets Catholic education apart from other education models?
Okay, before I jump into answering another question, if I could take just a second, I'd like to offer my thank you to all those donating to the station. The anonymous donor just now, but for everyone who's contributing to the well-being of this Divine Mercy Radio, I just want to say thanks, echo your thoughts, and say thank you. To the question of what sets it apart, what sets Catholic education apart from other education. Last May, I'll tell a quick story.
Sure, go ahead.
Last May, I was down in Tulsa, Oklahoma with Fort Hayes' baseball team, actually. And it was a Saturday morning, and I ran over to Mass at the cathedral. And I ran into this strange set of circumstances, but I ran into a priest that I knew that had been at Stillwater when Nick was, our younger son, was working in Stillwater for several years. There was a priest there that we got to know, and lo and behold, now he was in Tulsa. So I ran into him at Mass, and I got to talk to him afterwards a little bit. I knew I was going to do this. I'd already spoke with the bishop about moving into this role later on. I was still at Fort Hayes at the time. But I talked to this priest, and I told him what I was going to be doing. And because I'm nervous about it, I'm like, gosh, I don't really know what I'm going into here. I asked him about it, and he said, actually, I used to be a high school, a president of Catholic school as a priest, but I was the president. And I said, that's interesting. I said, well, just curious, I asked him the question you just asked me. What's the difference? I know I have my own thoughts, but what, in your opinion, is the major difference between Catholic school and other educational systems? And he goes, well, I'll tell you this. He didn't skip a beat. He said, everybody says they want a well-rounded education, right? I said, yeah. And then he looked at me and said, and you're going to leave out the soul? Yeah. He said, come on. And I'm like, golly, okay. I felt bad I asked the question. He said, you're going to leave out the soul. But then he kind of sternly looked at me and said, come on. I said, okay. That was what he said was the major difference. And so we're educating the soul. That's what's different. That's the major difference. And so I would answer that question with his answer, because I wrote that down. I got in my car before I left. I wrote down his answer. I thought, wow, that was pretty well said.
Yeah.
So.
And it's beautiful because we've got within our Hayes Catholic school system, you've got the academics, the English and the math and the science and all of those various aspects. And you've got the creativity with the arts. We've got amazing arts programs with this stream at the elementary level all the way up through, our theater and our music and all the things, art at TMP Marian High School, junior, senior high school. And then we've got the athletics, with our PE programs and, going on to, competitive sports, but that piece of the soul is so important, so vital.
Yeah. Someone asked me one time, I can't remember where it was, but just about how authentic are our Catholic schools in Hayes. And so that was before I ever got out there. Mm-hmm. So it kind of planted a seed in the back of my mind. And my office is actually at TMP, and I come over to Holy Family some and here and there. But I kind of, that made me cognizant of, okay, I hear your question. I want to kind of see that for myself. I've been blown away by how authentic it is. And I think with the presence, first of all, our faculty is tremendous. We've got great teachers, but then you add into that our sisters and the presence of so many priests. Okay, so you're exposed to these people on a daily basis, which I can't imagine a better place that I would want my kids to grow up than in that environment. Okay, so I mean that's, and then I see the masses, of course, which, and then we'll have a Eucharistic devotion, we'll have adoration for all of the kids. And I remember going in there, we had an all-school mass one time on a Friday, and I didn't know this was happening. I mean, I knew the all-school mass was going to happen, but prior to that, there was adoration going on in our chapel the whole day. Because an all-school mass, they won't all fit in the chapel, so we go to the auditorium. So I saw the Blessed Sacrament exposed in the chapel, so I stopped in. While I was in there, there was like one class in there and one of the sisters was in there, and I was back by a sister. And I was kneeling down in there for a minute, and I thought this was really cool. There's probably 30 or 40 kids in there having adoration before we went to Mass. How cool is that? Then I saw one of the confessional doors open. I said, "Are you kidding me?" And a kid came out of the confessional. And I sat there another minute, and the other confessional door opened. There was 2 priests in there having confessions. And I was blown away. I didn't know this was going on. And I leaned over to sister. I said, Are all of our kids going to get exposed to this today? She said, yeah, all of them. They'll all come in at varying times during the day. That doesn't mean they all go to confession,
Right.
but they all had that opportunity, and they were all in adoration that day before this Mass. And so that was one example. I mean, I watched Father Brian go from class to class with the Blessed Sacrament, blessing them, and we had that Eucharistic procession over to the grotto and then back to the field house, then praying a rosary. So I've seen some of these things that you wouldn't see if you're not there. You might hear about them. I don't know. But yeah, it's beautiful. And so you take that. So question one is, is it authentic? Yes. What's different? The soul. This is going on a daily basis. And with the presence of the sisters there and the priests there is hard to explain. It's hard to describe. It's like I told the bishop one time when Father Andy was on his road to becoming a priest, and we would go visit the seminaries. And that, I think, changed our lives. I just remember telling him there's a sacredness there. I told the bishop, I wish we could bring home for everyone to see, and you can't bring it with you. But it was really cool experience to be there for a couple of days at a time and see all these young men totally committed to this. My wife would sometimes be the only woman in the chat, but it was very powerful. So then you see glimpses of that now in these Catholic schools because of the presence of the priests and the sisters. And I don't want to downplay some of our religious teachers as well, our lay people who are teaching religion that are outstanding. But then beyond the faith aspect of it, and obviously TMP's been well known for a long time about their academic prowess. I mean, I worked at Fort Hays a long time, and people go on and on about how well prepared they are for school. So that kind of almost goes without saying anymore to me. We all understand that. And then certainly from an activity standpoint in athletics, it's exceptional. So it's just a well-rounded education. And to Father's point down in Tulsa, including the soul.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, I do want to congratulate Nancy Niermeyer, who knew the correct answer to our top of the hour trivia question, which was, which one of these was a son of a king? Was it David, Eli, Adam, or Jonathan? And she knew the answer was Jonathan. So congratulations, Nancy. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for listening. And we will get your name in the drawing for the gift certificate to Messenger at the end of the day. So thank you so much for listening. If any of you want to be like Nancy and listen up and hear our bottom of the hour question, I'll announce that here in just one second. Excuse me. But I do want to remind everyone that you are listening to Divine Mercy Radio's Care-a-thon. Our spring theme this year is Behold, I Make All Things New. And our goal is $125,000. We still have just a little bit over $7,000 left in our matching funds. So if you are of means that you can help us wipe out those matching funds and get those matched dollar for dollar, we would love to hear from you. If you can maybe think of donating $5 or $10, any amount would help us continue our mission to spread the gospel message over these airwaves. So give us a call if you want to make a donation at 785-621-4110, or you can donate online at dvmercy.com. Since we are right at the bottom of the hour, I'll go ahead and give our second trivia question for this 12 o'clock hour. Which of these people led the people into the promised land? Was it A, Samuel, B, Moses, C, Elijah, or D, Joshua? Which of these people led the people into the promised land? Was it A, Samuel, B, Moses, C, Elijah, or D, Joshua? If you know the answer to that question, give us a call here at 785-621-4110. Curtis, our theme is Behold, I Make All Things New. We are talking about your new role. I mean, as of what, you're going on 8 months?
Yeah, I started in August.
Yeah, okay. And so what do you hope, as you look at our K through, well, really it's preschool at this point, preschool through 12th grade Catholic education. What is your hope? What qualities do you hope that the kids coming out of our Catholic schools, what do you hope they develop?
Well, kind of back to the last question, we want a completely well-rounded education, of course, and morally, ethically, discipline, but then all of the education as it relates to school, of course, we want them to be well-rounded there. But the final piece that I think is kind of probably the most important, definitely the most important, is their faith aspect as they come through. And the schools are working with the parents. Okay, this is a partnership.
Yeah.
And so along with the support that they're receiving from their parents towards their faith, and that's why we like to talk to, the parents are critical. They're their first educators. Their mentality toward the faith is going to go a long, long ways towards what these kids are going to take on moving forward.
Yeah.
But someone asked me one time, you've probably been asked this question too. So are you a cradle Catholic or a convert? And I remember thinking about that a second, knowing that I was a cradle Catholic. But the thought occurred to me once, I think we're all converts.
Yeah.
And because at some point in time, it has to become yours.
Mm-hmm.
And so even though we're cradle, yes, I'm a cradle Catholic, but at some point in time in my life, I began taking my faith more seriously, not because my mom and dad were making me go to church, but because I wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
And so when is that going to happen? That happens at different stages for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's kids. Sometimes it's not till they're adults. Sometimes it's when you start having your own kids. When life comes at you in different ways. And so sometimes you go all the way through Catholic school develop this foundational faith, and maybe you will stray from it a little bit. I mean, I hear stories of it all the time. But then I also pretty frequently hear that until they had kids.
Amazing what happens.
Okay. And then they come back. So this foundation is there for life. And we like to think that no one's ever going to leave it. But they might, and we don't know when they come back. But when they do come back is when they make it their own. Mm-hmm. And some, that's a seamless movement all the way through and never left. And I pray that for all of us. And that's why, we really want to emphasize I watched a movie here a while back it was titled Pray, but it was on EWTN Plus. And it was the Patrick Peyton story, Father Patrick Peyton. Have you seen that?
I haven't seen it, but I have his rosary devotion book, and he was dedicated to the rosary, and he was utilized modern media at his point, in life, to spread the devotion to the rosary and to Mary.
Yes, and he had a rosary crusade and was speaking in front of live crowds of 500,000 plus people.
And getting celebrities involved, Catholic celebrities.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. If anyone out there listening can look this up, I watched it on EWTN Plus, but you can search it. It's called Pray, the Patrick Peyton story. And he's a priest from Ireland. This was in the 40s probably. Mm-hmm. And then he started that slogan. I believe he started it. The family that prays together stays together. Yeah. And so you can see this fade off, Allison, probably about the 70s. Okay, it kind of ran its course, and it leads you to believe we need another shot in the arm like that. And we're seeing it. Yes. We're seeing it in college now, in our young adults. And it's so exciting to see what's on the horizon for Catholic schools. Yes, I mean, we live in an era right now where I think we all see, all of us included, a certain degree of indifference about this, right? And that's a challenge to make this a priority. And again, just trying to keep it at the forefront is a big challenge, it being our faith. Mm-hmm. I thought that was a very powerful movie. So I just want to put a plug in for anybody to see it if they can. It's entertaining. It's modern Mike Sweeney, who played for the Royals, he's on there. So it's not just all about Bing Crosby and going way back to stars from way back when, but it's showing the power of. And this day and age, when we see so many challenges for our kids, so many, and all of us see a lot of grief, and there's a lot of people to pray for, and I just want to emphasize that to our families because it's a great slogan. We go back to that rosary, and we can. There's hope for us to handle everything thrown our way if we're established in our prayer life.
Yeah, and you do see that. I see it. You'll just through various things at Fort Hays. So I'm an instructor there, and occasionally things of faith will come to the forefront with some of the students as they answer questions or whatever the case might be. It's not something obviously that we can ask or push or do anything like that, but just you get kind of an idea of where they stand. But I see it there at the campus center. I see we've got a solid crop of students that are graduating here from TMP in a couple of weeks, and I look at the faith that many of them have. I look at just the overwhelming numbers that Father Andy has at the campus center of kids involved in the Catholic Tigers and filling that chapel for daily mass and for adoration. And it is absolutely incredible what the Holy Spirit is working overtime and is doing amazing things in these students' lives.
Yeah, I've got to witness that at the campus center for quite a few years. Father Andy was even here, but just seeing the devotion of our college, and now it's grown and grown and grown. And now you're hearing it nationally. Mm-hmm. I mean, K-State had big numbers, Wichita State had big numbers, but not just in Kansas, throughout the world. We're seeing, and they're after the truth. Yeah. And that's what keeps coming up. The word that keeps surfacing is they want the truth. Mm-hmm. And that's why you're seeing so much growth. You're still going to see those polls or whatever saying how many people are not in the church, but it's false because they're not getting updated.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're true polls, but I mean, as those numbers get updated, we're seeing a tremendous surge right now, which I'm excited about the future for. But what I want to see for those kids when they come through, I, you know, I want to see that they know they're not alone, that there's great hope despite all the challenges they face. I hate seeing, when they're kids, and they don't, and their friends are mad at them and they're sad, and all the drama that goes on throughout school that we see frequently. All of us as parents get to see this, and and parents, they just love their kids, and so that's all they want. They just want everything to be right, and it's not going to be. We can't control enough of their lives to put everything into one nice little box and make it work. So we've got to have that faith to surrender that, to have help. And that's what I want them to leave school with, is knowing that they're not alone. They've got Christ with them. And if they most all the challenges they're going to face.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's hard. It's going to be hard.
It is. And part of being well-rounded is being given the opportunity to be involved in all of the great things that your school has to offer.
Yeah.
And when we look at, from Holy Family, I think there was a crochet club
Yeah.
that started there.
Yeah,
One of the
that's
teachers
great.
was teaching crochet.
Yeah.
You've got kids that are involved
Gardens.
in garden club.
Yeah.
A lot of Holy Family kids
Yeah.
have come up and been part of TMP theater productions.
Yes.
The junior high has garden club, and the junior high athletics and cheerleading and all of the things that they're involved in. And then the high school with Key Club, and you've got Monarch Music, and you've got I was at the ceremony this morning for the awards, and just the accolades that these kids are getting are phenomenal. So how does the extracurricular, whatever that looks like, arts, athletics, anything, how does that play a role?
It's huge. I think it's huge, not only socially, but physically, and they're able to be involved in a number of things. I mean, the size of the school allows them and facilitates these kids great amount of opportunities.
Mhm.
And to find themselves, to find what their interests or their strengths are. But I'm obviously a huge component of and we just have to keep things in perspective.
Yeah.
But I just like them having all these opportunities and how good it is for them, both physically and mentally and socially. But again, learning that cooperation, that sportsmanship, that discipline that comes from being on time and trying to take care of all your time. I still got to do homework tonight. I got to do this. But okay, so it's just getting organized, and it creates all that with them, organizing their lives and putting things. But again, all the busyness, much like with us adults, that the kids are going through, to try to keep that in perspective. And that's our challenge, is to keep our faith life at the top of that. And this will all stay in place if we keep that there. It's when we get all these things up in front of that, and faith becomes third or fourth or fifth or second, that's what creates our challenges. Now, I'm not saying that's easy. Jesus never said it was going to be easy. It's supposed to be tough. That balancing act is tough for all of us. That's why that's the very reason why it's so important.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, we are talking to Curtis Hammocky, who is the president of Hayes Catholic Schools. I do want to congratulate Ann Huguenin, who knew the answer to our most recent trivia question. Which of these people led the people into the promised land? Was it Samuel, Moses, Elijah, or Joshua? And Ann knew the answer was Joshua. So congratulations, Ann. We will get your name plugged into that drawing for the end of the day when we draw for that gift certificate to Messenger. So thank you so much for listening. If you want to support Divine Mercy Radio today, we encourage you to give us a call at 785-621-4110 or donate online at dvmercy.com. We've got Curtis Hammocky with with us today. He's sitting here with me, but he's with all of us today. And so, we want to continue to have the opportunity to speak to guests like Curtis. And, as your support allows us to do that, we want to make sure that we stay on the air to continue talking about not only Catholic education, but just living out our faith in general. And so we're so excited to be able to to welcome all these guests in this week. We do have a goal of $125,000 for this Care-a-thon. And so again, if you can help us in any fashion, with a $5 donation, a $10 donation, if you have $1,000, we would love to have your support and hear those phones ring. So give us a call at 785-621-4110. You can also donate online at dvmercy.com. And if you have questions for Curtis or any of our on-air guests today, please text us at 785-621-4110. Just text your question to that number, and our volunteers will get that plugged into the studio, and we will ask that on the air for you. So as we continue our conversation, Curtis, what do you think, in your estimation, are the biggest challenges that are facing Catholic education right now?
I think I said the word earlier, but I think it's indifference.
Yeah.
That's probably the biggest challenge that it appears to me, is just, again, not making it a priority. Because that leads into enrollment, that leads into finances, all these things are a byproduct of that. Yeah. Okay. But starts there. I mean, because, well, I'll just say it. If you're prioritizing your faith at the very top, then Catholic schools is pretty dang important to you.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't think it's as much of a school decision as it is maybe a faith decision. Okay. But I don't know that everybody has a different scenario. Everybody's cases are different. Everybody's situations vary significantly. But I would like that to be something that's an easier choice to make. I applaud our parents that we have, like I said earlier, for the sacrifices they make.
Yeah.
Okay. But for them, for their families, I'm just appreciative of, for them, not for us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For them, that their kids, that they're teaming up as parents and educators in the Catholic school system to work together for their kids and for the sake of their kids. That's a neat thing. Okay. When they're willing to overcome maybe some peer pressure, maybe overcome some finances,
Mm-hmm.
whatever that challenge may be that makes it more difficult for them to go to Catholic schools. But they've got the courage to do that. And I'm saying this because not to criticize, but to emphasize the importance of it. Again, I'm back to trying to get our faith to the top.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're facing is, an indifference towards how important that is. And what's it going to take to make it that important?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, everybody's on different pages. The future, I think, is headed this direction because there's less of that. Maybe there's a rallying towards that, but we're still in a mode right now where there's that degree of indifference,
Mm-hmm.
and that everyone goes through.
Sure.
Probably at some point in time. It's just, when are you going to come back around?
Yeah.
And how important is it for you to have your kids in that environment? Because there isn't anything more important that you could probably do for your kids.
Yeah. And, speaking of trying to overcome that indifference and just make this more accessible to people, Hayes Catholic schools are funded in a much different way than a lot of other Catholic schools are, even in our own diocese.
Yeah. Because the second answer to that question was finances.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're talking about enrollment. You're talking about finances. Enrollment's changed a lot over the years. with the lack of a border program to begin with.
Sure.
Another thing that happens is just our demographic in Hayes. You know, how many people are staying in Hayes? It's hard. It's hard. It's very hard. So they're going to Denver, they're going to Kansas City, they're going to Wichita, wherever they may be, but the opportunities are different. So that's part of our challenge as well, is just less people, less
Right. A
numbers,
smaller
less-
pool.
Yeah, smaller pool, but I do think the finances are. You're right that we get tremendous help from our parishes in the Hayes area. Okay, in terms of from tithing and the like, and we get a percentage of that, which helps with our operations. We still use a thing called St. Thomas More Society, which is an annual gift. So we're targeting monthly gifts for that. That's for operations. That's probably our most important fund. But so finances and enrollment are two things that are going to come up every time.
Yeah.
I can't wave a magic wand because I've been asked that several times. Curtis, what are you going to do about enrollment? What are you doing about it?
Right.
That's my thought is, well, I don't know yet. I mean, is there actually a strategy towards that? Or is it really as simple as we're all ambassadors for that, including our parents, okay, including our alumni and, our staff. But all of us get asked that question. But even if it's not specifically, what are you doing about enrollment? Hey, do you like it out there at TMP? Your
Yeah.
kids like it over here? You may get that answer.
Mhm.
Okay, well, that's your opportunity. Okay, so it's with our friends, our neighbors, our all of us are ambassadors for this. That might be the key to growing enrollment.
Mm.
That growth in enrollment, yes, that'll address the finances to a degree. But like I said earlier, I don't want that to be the reason. Okay, I don't want to run that as a business model.
Right.
Okay, the reason we want more people going to school there is so more people have a chance to learn more about Christ.
Yeah.
Okay, and be exposed to the environment that we have. So I don't want to get those two mixed up. I think it's important that the benefactor in this deal is not the school, it's the family.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the end result needs to be. But those are the biggest concerns probably. We need to do these fundraisers, but we have a unique opportunity in that we have an alumni base that's interested in this school. So we can hopefully branch out further and take pressure off everybody locally.
Yeah.
That's my hope, is that our model, we have a good support base and they're very generous, unbelievable support base. But we need to maybe expand that out to some of our alums that are living not here,
Mm-hmm.
somewhere else. And if we can get not necessarily the same group given more money, but more people, just like Father Mitch says on EWTN, keep us between your gas and electric bill. If we can get a larger number of people given smaller amounts per month, we're not looking to hurt anybody.
Yeah.
Can you give $25 a month without hurting anything back to the school for operational dollars or for a facility? And you get enough people doing that, then that model might work.
Yeah.
I can't prove it yet,
Yeah.
but that's my mentality
Yeah.
towards the finances and the enrollment.
And you don't want there to be a hindrance for anybody to have that option of a Catholic education. So there are, scholarship opportunities and things of that nature. And they can just call the schools, either one of the
Yes.
schools, to get that
Yes,
information.
yes, yeah. I don't want anybody to be scared of finances. To talk to the school, there's scholarships, there's a lot of help available. And that's part of why we fundraise more, is so that we can help lessen that blow. And I didn't get to finish saying, because I don't really think it matters to people in town, but Catholic school wise, this is probably the most reasonable, in the state. So when you compare our costs to other Catholic schools, say you get up in Kansas City area and the
Yeah,
like,
sure.
it's a lot bigger challenge there than it is here. But the reason I don't know if that matters is because we're not comparing ourselves here to them. We're comparing ourselves to other options we have in town that don't cost very much. They cost less than that.
Mhm.
Okay, so That's what people are looking at, and we just need to make it same approach that we take to the fundraising. Is we don't want to put I don't want to take anybody's money from their grandkids.
Yeah.
I just want people to be able to find an amount that they're comfortable with. That's not going to hurt them, but they still would like to help support the school with.
Sure. Well, in our last couple of minutes, Curtis, what is your long-term vision for Hayes Catholic Schools?
Yeah. Really, a lot of what we just talked about would apply to that, and that is, we want to protect the future. Okay, we just want to protect the future. Like I said, this is a major gift, and we want to just make sure we're on solid ground with sustainable actions moving forward. That's what I wanted to try to accomplish in whatever time I have to help with this, is help do things that aren't necessarily immediate, but that are preparation for a sustainable future. Because we don't ever want to have this gift go away.
Right.
And that's just something too important for our souls, right? Too important for our families that we maintain that. So whether it's facilities that we're looking at projects, where it's renovations, or whether it's academics, or it's the spiritual life, or the finances, whatever, or enrollment, whatever those things are that we're talking about previously, we want to try to think futuristically on those, so that the things that we put in place now are something that can be sustainable for the future.
All right. Leaving a legacy of Catholic education. Excellent. Well, Curtis, thank you so much for being with us this afternoon.
Yeah.
We appreciate, and we appreciate your time, but we'll also be praying for the success of our Hayes Catholic
Thank
schools,
you very much.
as they are so important to our community.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thanks
We
for having me.
appreciate your time.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, ladies and gentlemen, you have been listening to Curtis Hammocky, who is the president of Hayes Catholic Schools. And so he was joining us for this last hour to talk about serving students and how we strengthen the faith in those students. You are listening to Divine Mercy Radio's Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. Divine Mercy Radio can be heard on 101.7 KJDM Lindsborg, Salina, 105.7 KMDG Hayes, 88.1 KRTT Great Bend, 88.1 KVDM Hayes, 89.1 KGOH Colby, and 107.3 K297 AI in Hill City. So again, you are listening to Divine Mercy Radio Spring Care-a-thon. We have a goal this year, or this spring, of $125,000. And so we ask that if you are able to help us attain this goal, that you give us a call at 785-621-4110, or you can donate online at dvmercy.com. We have had a number of pledges come in today, the most recent of which is a $500 donation from Corey and Pam Munge. So Corey and Pam, thank you so much for your donation. That donation of $500 doubles to $1,000 because of our matching funds. We started out with just over $30,000, $30,150 in matching funds when we started this Care-a-thon on Tuesday. And we are down to, if my math is correct, let's see, we are down to just a little bit over $6,000 left in those matching funds. So if you would like to make your dollar stretch and basically double your donation dollar for dollar, you will be able to do that by giving us a call at 785-621-4110, or again, you can donate online at dvmercy.com. Those individuals who donate $250 or more will be entered into a drawing for one of the following raffle prizes. We have a Bose portable smart speaker donated by Dave and Janet Schmidt, owners of Dave's Auto Repair in Hayes. And Dave and Janet were so generous, they gave us 2 custom handmade cutting boards that we are also going to be giving away at the end of tomorrow's broadcast. And those, again, are gorgeous. They are multicolored and they are larger than your average cutting board. So just beautiful, beautiful donation. We also have a pair of ladies' yellow 14 karat stud earrings, a total carat weight of 1.88, and those were donated by Dustin and Lainey Rose, owners of Diamond Dark Jewelry in Hayes. We have a handmade ladder rosary donated by Dora Liker of Munger. We have a $150 gift certificate to Big E Meats donated by Stephen and Melissa Biggie of Hayes. We have a $100 gift certificate to Hickok Steakhouse in Hayes donated by Oscar Runyon, Greg Whitehair, and Damon Hoare, owners. All of you who donate $500 or more will receive all of, the chance to win all of those prizes. Plus, you will receive a 60-second spot celebrating any special occasion that you want to broadcast on the air. It could be a loved one's birthday, a wedding anniversary, a baptism, graduation, or any special occasion that you want to celebrate. Anyone donating $1,000 or more will receive all of the above. Plus, you get the opportunity to win one of those amazing prizes. But you'll also receive 2 tickets to the annual banquet, which will be held Saturday, September 12th in Hayes. Our guest speaker this year will be the host of Catholic Connections, Teresa Tomeo. And if you listen to Divine Mercy Radio regularly, you'll know that Teresa's show is on at 8 o'clock weekday mornings. And so she is very excited, I know, to get to Hayes. And this will be, I believe, her second visit to the Hayes area. So we're excited to have her. I do want to give a couple of other updates. We have... yes, the prize drawings are for those of you who are donating $250 or more. So those of you who make that kind of a donation, we will get your name into the prize drawing that will be drawn for at the end of tomorrow's broadcast. Again, you are listening to Divine Mercy Radio. For this 1 o'clock hour, I do want to start out with another trivia question. So your question for this half hour is, how many full-blooded siblings did Jesus have? Is the answer A, 2, B, 8, C, 0, or D, 7? Again, how many full-blooded siblings did Jesus have? A, 2, B, 8, C, 0, or D, 7? Give us a call at 785-621-4110 if you know the answer to that question, or if you would just like to make a donation. We will take your pledge if you give us a call at 621-4110. So we'll repeat that question here in just a little bit if we don't have an answer, but I have a feeling several of you are on the phone already with the answer to that. So we encourage you to call, get your answer in, as well as your donation. But right now, we are moving on to our next interview for the 1 o'clock hour. We have Christian Lutz and Corey Munch with us, and they will be discussing the topic Made New at the Altar. Christian Lutz and Corey Munch are both on Divine Mercy Radio's board of directors. Christian is the owner of Schmidt Monument Works, and Corey is partially retired. He's still very busy, very active. Both of them are married with children and grandchildren. Christian attends St. Joseph Church in Hayes, and Corey belongs to St. Nicholas of Myra. So thank you guys so much for being with us today. We are talking about being made new at the altar, which fits in beautifully with our Divine Mercy Radio Care-a-thon theme of Behold, Make All Things New. So I'm going to let you just jump right into it. I've been given some vague questions. So I'm just gonna.
Yes, Allison, and thank you for doing it.
Yeah.
You're doing an awesome job, by the
thank
way.
you.
This is kind of a new thing for you.
I've had some radio experience, but not this long of a stretch.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, you're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you.
No, and first of all, I want to have a shout out for Whiff and Eileen Liker. Today they are celebrating their 75th anniversary.
Oh,
So
congratulations to them.
That does not happen very often.
No, what a blessing
shout
and
out
what
to-
an
I think
example.
I'm pretty sure it's today. It was at Blessing. It was at Mass this morning. so,
Okay. Well,
yeah,
congratulations.
that's amazing. So, why do you go to Mass, Corey?
Oh, actually, we're going to have one of the guys step in here real quick. Oh,
Uh-oh.
there we go. I think now we're all on. I'm pretty sure. So you go right ahead. I think we've got you now.
Christian, you're asking me a very good question. Why do I go to Mass?
Mhm.
What's the theme of the Care-a-thon?
We make all things new.
Yeah, and that's what happens to me when I go to Mass, in more ways than I can explain probably in an hour.
Hold it. The theme is it we make all things new, or is it all
Behold, I make all things
I
new.
make? There we go. I'm sorry because I don't make anything new.
Yeah.
Well, you do. You engrave a lot of new stuff on rock and
Ah,
granite.
but-
And
Yeah, I didn't make any of it.
No. Just speaking of going to mass and what a blessing we have having three churches, three parishes, and then the campus center here in a small town of Hayes is amazing. But for me, St. Nicholas has been my home ever since Pam and I got married, and it has been such a blessing to be able to be there and attend mass, and just how that church has grown, and along with that, my faith, and just everything about liturgy of the mass is just amazing to me. When I say that, I mean every part of it, and of course, the gem is the Eucharist. That is for sure. I have not always been that way, but grown to just so much love the Holy Eucharist and receiving the body and blood of Jesus Christ in that. So just renews me. So, kind of goes along with the theme. So it's going to be an easy subject to talk about.
Right. I think it changes. And I think we started going to mass because our parents made us. And I had an old girlfriend. She commented one time, she says, "You hated going to mass," because I would have to go on Saturday night before we went out. And she always used to say, "You hated to go to mass." And I hate thinking that now, but I suppose I said that. But so over my life, it's changed. And then there was times I didn't go to mass. And then there was times that I went because it was just something to get me up in the morning and to start my day. The first time I started realizing what mass was about was I was at the first men's retreat in Russell, and there was a lot of new priests that year. I think Father Hammerschmidt, I think Bishop Weisenberger was new that year. So it's been a while back. And Clint Herenick got up, and he was talking about going to mass and all these things. And he gave such a testimony that just made sense to me. And I started going to daily mass not too long after that. So, along the way, we go for different reasons. Now it's totally different why I go to mass. It's just, it's to be reborn basically every single day, to be brought close to Jesus and go through the whole mystery of the Paschal mystery. So.
Yeah. And I think that's true of a lot of kids, especially when you're young and it's just like, oh, mom and dad are dragging me to mass again. And, I know I hear it from my kids. We have to go, especially during Holy Week, we have to go to mass again, and it's a struggle, but then you do, as you age, you get that perspective and life happens to you. And, sometimes life happens earlier than for other people. And you really gain that understanding of the magnitude of what each mass represents and what it brings to our lives.
Absolutely. I kind of misspoke when I said I've been going to St. Nick's my whole life. I haven't, my married life.
Yeah.
And but Sacred Heart in Ness City is where I grew up, and I went to a Catholic school there. And I remember, and this is just something that I just cherish the memories that, when I grew, I was an altar boy. Mm-hmm. And when the summers came around, Father he had mass every morning. And so we as young altar kids took a week. And I remember we didn't live that far from the house, and so we would walk, so mom would get me up and send me on my way, and and so then I would serve mass. And I just remember how much I loved that. Of course I got away from that a little bit after grew up a little bit more, but then I've come full circle. Mm-hmm. And just that's how God works. That's how he renews your love for him. It's just through the mass, and it's just really a neat thing for me.
Now, you talked about being reborn, but really, there's an element of dying to yourself as well. How does that play into your, the mass being such a pivotal part of your daily life?
Well, it's part of the Paschal mystery, which is, we go to mass because it's worship, and at the center of worship is sacrifice. Mm-hmm. And that's the center of the Paschal mystery, is the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus. And that's surrounded the whole mass. So when we go to mass, I think my favorite period during the mass is at the offering, because I'm able to put all my sufferings, my hurts, my sins, everything up there with the sacrifice of the Mass, because each grain of wheat, each grape that they use is crushed. And I think of myself as that grain of wheat, and then everyone else there is another grain of wheat, and it all comes together and we're broken down, and that's what makes the host. And then when the miracle happens, that it transubstantiation and becomes Jesus, and it's just, we're part of that, and it helps the mystery come more alive. I don't think we'll ever understand the whole mystery, but it's throughout the Mass when you understand and listen to the prayers in the Mass, the Paschal mystery, the joy, the sacrifice, everything is right there. It's just,
It's a transformation. I think for myself, I look at, kind of speaking about, being Catholic all my life, just seeing that transformation of where I was when I was young, and then you grow up and you almost, I think it's almost like you don't appreciate what's at the Mass. I should say, I didn't, and then as I got to understand it and embrace it, then it started to just, I always say this, it opened up so many doors in my soul and in my mind. When I started studying it more, and it became part of me. And just being part of the OCIA there at St. Nick's, we just had a young man come through, and I shared this with Christian. It was just to watch him, and he got baptized at, I think he's 40 some 50, and just imagine being baptized at that age. Everything's new.
Yeah.
And so anyway, I know I'm kind of going on a little.
well, the dying to yourself was kind of the main point of that, but we get to that, I think, in the offering. We admit that we're idiots. we are nothing without God.
Mm-hmm.
And once we can admit that and put that in there, we can die to ourselves and not live for the world. And I still struggle with that. Every other moment I try to go back into the world and try to stay, to die to myself. It's not easy to do. Today it's been, after adoration this morning, Corey and I share a back-to-back on that early in the morning, and it starts the Thursdays off so much better. To start in a holy hour. I say that, maybe I do it every morning, but then I come back thinking, well, I don't have time. Well, it's really not my time. I would probably get a lot more done if I did that.
Yeah. But even Corey, to your point, with the OCIA, I work with the OCIA candidates, catechumens, whatever formation element, we happen to be looking at St. Joseph. And it is that dying to your past self, your past way of life, and whether they're first, it's because they're being baptized at whatever age. Mm-hmm. I was mentioning Tuesday on the radio where we had somebody who was in her 60s, and just the joy, this was a couple years ago, but the joy that she had at 60 something years of age to be made new and to die to that past way of self is amazing. And then this year, I had 2 individuals here over the last few months that have joined the church, and the Eucharist being so pivotal. And, they talk about what I had in the past. I'm completely made new because of this gift, this sacrament.
For sure.
So I think we see a lot of that. But like you said too, Christian, dying to self, we
can do that every day.
Yeah. And we have the opportunity not only in receiving the Eucharist, but in worshiping at adoration. Dying, it's giving up an hour of your time.
Sacrifice.
That is a huge sacrifice, especially when you're busy. You've got to work, you've got a family, you've got, all these things. It makes a big difference, but the dividends, the fruits of that sacrifice are incredible, right?
They are. So you have to give the Lord time to speak to you. You have to be open to him. Adoration does that for me. And also the Mass gives me time to just, whatever I'm dealing with, whatever struggles, whatever worries, whatever things are coming down, in life happens.
Yeah.
And Jesus tells us, I will never leave you. And I'm a big saint guy. I love reading about the saints and listening to them, what they struggle with. They're no different than us. It's just they've chosen the path of the Lord, and the Lord is just really gifted them. And so that's the time in adoration, the time in church. This praying is just, and then I do a lot of like in the mornings I get up, I do a lot of reading. I do a lot of praying, a lot of meditating. And so you just got to give the Holy Spirit time to talk to you and be open to it, because you may not want to hear what you're going to be hearing from the Holy Spirit. So
Yeah, and the Holy Spirit's time is not our time.
yep.
And sometimes we wait a while to hear what he has to say.
Yeah. So,
You know?
but no, it's a beautiful time for me, and it's just something I just so embrace and have come to that. It's a transformation back to he makes things all new, behold. And I love that. That's why when we came up with that theme, it was just right.
Michael came up with it.
Michael.
Good job, Michael. Shout out to Michael Lager who came up with that. It's a good one. And I think we've touched so frequently on the theme throughout the conversations that we've had with our guests this week. That there's so many new elements that come about because of this faith that we share. I do want to pause for just a moment, and I want to congratulate Mike Hurdle, who knew the answer to our trivia question. The question was, how many full-blooded siblings did Jesus have? And Mike knew that the answer was 0. Good job, Mike. Mike will get your name into our trivia drawing for the end of the day. But I also want to congratulate and thank Diane Solomon for her donation of $250 toward our Divine Mercy Radio Care-a-thon, a goal of $125,000. So Diane, thank you so much for that gift. We will make good use of it, and we appreciate your support of Divine Mercy Radio. If you want to be like Diane and support Divine Mercy Radio in our goal, in our mission to spread the gospel message, I encourage you to give us a call at 785-621-4110, or you can donate online at dvmercy.com. No gift is too small. No gift is too great. We still have just a little bit over $6,000 left of those matching funds. We started Tuesday with $30,150 in matching funds, and we have made a huge dent in that. So we are extremely grateful for all the people who have helped us reach this point. But if you would like to help us take care of that remaining $6,000 and change, we would love to hear from you and get those phones ringing. Please give us a call at 785-621-4110. Again, it's 785-621-4110, or you can donate online at dvmercy.com. We will have another trivia question at the bottom of the hour, but we want to continue on with our conversation with Corey Munch and Christian Lutz about being made new at the altar, looking at the sacrifice of the Mass and looking at the Eucharist. So what does it mean? Christian, I think you just touched on this a second ago, but what does that mean to be in the world but not of the world?
That's always a good question. It's easy. And then when someone asks me directly, it evades me sometime. And I think that is the essence of being of the world. It evades me. I don't think about God. In the morning when I get up, the first thing I should do is thank God for another day. But how many times I just get up, go to the shower, I think of what it's on my docket for the day, my plan. Oh, I got to go do this. I get stressed out. I'm sitting here. I'm going to go eat, and then I got to take medication. I got to do all this. I'm worried about my wife, my kids, my grandkids, all of that. And I don't thank God for everything, every breath I take, the home that I live in. I don't thank God for my kids, for my grandkids, for my wife. What a blessing they've been to me. But yet, my car just broke down. Oh, where was I going with that? No, the speedometer's not working. Actually, none of my gauge is working, my van. You just start going there. And if we can wake up in the morning and, like Corey was saying, start off the morning in prayer, even tying our shoes, even, walking out the door, bless ourselves as we walk out the door, and just really, truly think of God every moment, every time we walk through a door. Just thank him. We can still do the physical things that God put us here to help other people for good reason, not for your benefit, but for those and to benefit God, because that's why we help them, because God told us we need to, not because, oh, well, if I do this, he's going to do this for me. Oh, he's got a boat and it's a nice weekend. I'm gonna go over and see him, so maybe he'll invite me. Pray for people at Mass, and maybe they'll pray for you back. But just really contemplate God, the Jesus, Mary, the saints. Have that on your mind all the time.
Well, so even looking at you, you both have mentioned Mass, daily Mass being of utmost importance to you. At the end of Mass, we are called. I mean, that's the last thing the priest tells us is go out, right? You're supposed to go out and you're supposed to live what you experienced here out in the world. So, both of you busy families, you travel, you do all the things. So, Corey, for you, what does that mean?
Well, to kind of go back a little bit on what you asked Christian about, the world, living up the world. We live in a time that there are so many distractions with cell phones and I mean apparatuses. I mean, you just name it. But then you also have, clothing, material goods, and Christian related to, things that, that can distract you and take you away. Those are things that I pray about, that you got to get a handle on. And, and if they are causing a distraction, keeping you away from prayer, keeping you away from church, or keeping you, you just really need to take a look and see how important are those things going to be when you leave this world, when your journey ends. Mm-hmm. But leaving Mass, back to your question, Allison, I thought about that question a lot this morning when I was in adoration. And for me, what makes sense to me is I got to wear my faith front and center. I got to wear it where I go, where I am, what I say. Sometimes that's difficult to do. Yeah. I love the Catholic faith, and I have come to so appreciate it. And sometimes that gets me in trouble, with other denominations and so forth, and family members and so forth. But, I just need to be careful, but be respectful and loving. But I will always defend the faith every way I can. And I have come to, that is what it means for me to go forth, but also be humble and just be helpful and respectful. And that's what I love about the Mass and just what Jesus showed us, and the Blessed Mother. And, Joseph and Mary are top of my list, when I ask for intercessions and prayers, because of, I was telling Christian, I do a lot of reading, and I'm reading a book by the mystics. It's the life of Mary as seen by the mystics. And it's just amazing how, what they, have shared, that the visions and things that Mary has told them is the piousness of the Blessed Mother and Joseph in the early years before Jesus was born and after. Mm-hmm. It's just so incredible and so impactful for me.
Yeah.
So,
and I know it's an oft cited quote, very probably erroneously. I don't think they've ever determined that St. Francis said, or whoever it was that said it, but preaching the gospel and using words only when necessary.
I love that.
Where you live by example, you lead by example, and you spread the gospel by example. You don't have to be preaching from the rooftops and in the crowds downtown or wherever. It's how you live your life.
Yep. Right.
And we take that what we receive from the Eucharist and what we receive from the Mass out into the world in that way as well. So very good. So, I know as we look at Catholics living out our Catholic faith, we have a huge denomination, or a huge segment of our population here in the Ellis County area that is not Catholic. And there's still those erroneous thoughts about what the Eucharist really is. Mm-hmm. So what is the Catholic belief in the Eucharist? That it's, a lot of people say, oh, it's just a sign, it's just symbolic. How would you answer that?
Well, what did Jesus tell us? This is my body, given up for you. And we can go back to the the Passover. You would have the family and they would cook the lamb and then they would eat it. The whole family would eat it. And Jesus is the Lamb of God and he is the sacrifice. And what do? We take that into us to become one with him. And so we devour the sacrifice. That's what he told us to do. And he commanded us, do this in memory of me. So that's what we should do.
I read that as well. Well said, Christian. That's a good answer. But, what does it mean to me? And how do I explain it to maybe somebody that isn't Catholic or somebody that doesn't understand what Jesus said? The best way I can say it is, Scripture talks a parable of the man finding the pearl, and selling everything to purchase that. The Holy Spirit is the giver of all of that, and so, I mean, that's what it means to me. To be able to receive Jesus because of his words, because of what he did. His passion, the Paschal mystery. It's something that just, I mean, you can't buy that. You almost, it's hard to teach it to get that way. And it's just something that the Holy Spirit gives you, God gives you.
Yeah.
So
sometimes I know you talked about the mystics. You both are very into the saints. There are saints, Saint Mother Teresa of Calcutta. She was one of those saints that she experienced those periods of dryness and aridity in her faith life, in her prayer life, even though she continued to go and receive the Eucharist. Have you ever experienced that yourself, where there's been those periods where you're just like, it feels routine going to receive the Eucharist every day or every, Sunday, whenever it was? How did you overcome that? What did that look like? What would you say to people who might be going through that period in their own lives?
I would say that I had several times that someone new would come to me, something new would come, I would experience to the fullest, almost to an extreme. And then I would look at myself of, whoa, what am I doing? I would back down and maybe too far, and then I wouldn't realize anything. And then I would come out kind of in the middle. That's kind of where I see myself now, because once you go to the extremes, you kind of level out, or I do. At Mass, it doesn't get boring, because every day I try to die to myself and try to, Our Lady of Undoer of Knots, say, Mary, what else can I undo here? What can you do for me? What else am I having issues with? And I try to figure those out. The dryness, it's there. I don't feel everything that, oh, wow, I'm just overjoyed by this, but I don't mind the quietness, the less activity going on, just sitting there in the church, letting things happen. I once heard that someone says, well, I've been going to adoration for 10 years and nothing really happens. But then I looked back and everything has changed in my life.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen to make me feel good. It happens to make me a better person.
Right. You do feel that. I know both of you have experienced that, where the things you prayed for 10 years ago, and you felt like, oh my gosh, nothing's ever happening. I feel no movement.
Right.
And 10 years later, you're like, oh my gosh, what I prayed for, God may not have answered me exactly the way I expected, but he had something better for me, or he steered me in the right direction away from what I was asking because he knew it was better for me. I think we've had those experiences. So
yeah. Thinking of my time of dryness was probably when I didn't really truly understand what Christ gave us through his church, and not knowing, so growing up in a Catholic all my life, Catholic grade school, I was taught, okay, and material things, worldly things just start taking you away. So for me, that dryness started then. As I got older, got into more other things, material things, I went for a while like that, but there was always a draw. There was always something that drew me back to church, and I felt guilty that I wasn't given it all that I should have been given them, but yet I was still there. And it was at the time when we had our first child, and I got married, and then all of a sudden, I was responsible, and that started drawing me back. And I think for many that does that. And then we had some life situations, with our child. Our youngest went through, when he was born, went through a situation where he was pretty much on his deathbed. And with that experience, and then, just got me so close. So after that, I can't remember any dryness, because I just continually to draw closer because I embraced it. Mm-hmm. And I think we all need to whatever life gives us, you just have to. Christ went through it all. I was just praying about that this morning. There's nothing he didn't go through that he wouldn't make us go through. He did it. And ours is on a smaller scale, and he just never will leave us. And that's what the church does for me. That's what through going to Mass, and it just strengthens me, and just gives me hope. So.
Excellent. Well, I do want to pause here at the bottom of the hour and remind everyone that you are listening to Divine Mercy Radio Spring Care-a-thon. Our theme this spring is Behold, I Make All Things New, and we are talking with Christian Lutz and Corey Munch about being made new at the altar. Before we jump back to our interview with them, I do want to give us another trivia question. Which of these schools recently won a state title? Was it A, Sacred Heart from Colby, B, Thomas More Prep Marian of Hayes, C, St. Mary's of Ellis, or D, St. Mary's of Salina? So if you know which of these schools recently won a state title, either A, Sacred Heart of Colby, B, Thomas More Prep Marian of Hayes, C, St. Mary's of Ellis, or D, St. Mary's of Salina, give us a call at 785-621-4110, or you can, if you give us, go ahead and give us a phone call and let us know what your answer is. But also, please prayerfully consider making a donation to Divine Mercy Radio and helping us get a little closer to that $125,000 goal. So again, please give us a call if you know the answer to this trivia question. Which of these schools won a state title recently? Say Sacred Heart of Colby, TMP Marian of Hayes, St. Mary's of Ellis, or St. Mary's of Salina. So give us a call. But while you're doing that, we want to jump back to our interview with Christian Lutz and Corey Munch. We've talked about this gift of the Eucharist, and we talk about making all things new. How does the gift of the Eucharist, how does the Mass renew you?
For me, it just, like I kind of mentioned it before, it just gets better every time, because every time I go, I open myself up to it, and I whatever the gospel reading is, whatever the epistle reading, just opens up my mind to go there and to relish what was done, how the church was built. Mm-hmm. I listened to a couple of their interviews, and I don't know, Allison, if you were on it, but when they were talking about the two ladies, and I think one of them was Amy Roop, was talking about how the old timers, how when they settled in this land, how important the church was. Yeah. And Mass, and what they got. I mean, that is just amazing,
right? To me. That was Amanda Rupp and Norma Pipkin. Okay.
Yeah. I just love that, because my mom and dad both came from Volga German. Their parents did. They were born here, but that was the same thing out there in the city, in those areas. But I mean, I think when that becomes so much a part of you, of your family, of your life, I mean, you can move mountains, because I mean, it's God's way of helping you. And so that is just so cool to see and to hear the history of that. Yeah.
On the Friday the 10th, the collect right after the glory was Almighty, ever-living God, who gave us the Paschal mystery and the covenant you established for reconciling the human race, so dispose our minds, we pray, that we celebrate by professing the faith that we may express in deeds. So what we gain there is going to go out into our deeds, so that can renew us. And then you go over to yesterday's Mass. No, that's not what I was going for. Sorry about that. Wrong
Okay.
page. The prayer after communion on Thursday. Almighty and ever-living God, who restore us to eternal life in the resurrection of Christ, increase in us, we pray, the fruits of this Paschal sacrament, and pour into our hearts the strength of this saving food. It's that food that we just received on the altar that gives us that strength. And in every Mass, it explains it so well in the prayers that this is all new. This is all a sacrifice. It's a joy to be a part of it. And if we could see everything that went on spiritually at the Mass, I don't know what I would do. It would just be overwhelming.
I think so.
Yeah.
And so I think that's why we can't see it. But it's a mystery. The Paschal mystery is
It is.
And that veil is lifted,
Mhm.
and it's the closest thing we'll have to heaven, on earth, this side of the world. But I want to expound upon that for a second. When you go to Mass, you see a lot of this happening, and sometimes even in our own selves, where things didn't go right when we were trying to get up and out the door in the morning. We've got kids that we're trying to get ready, and you guys, that's been a while ago for you, but you remember. Your kids are probably experiencing that with your grandchildren now. Things just don't go right. You enter the church in a rush, you sit down, you're flustered, you get like 2 minutes to kneel down before the Mass begins, and then you're up and doing all the things. How do you prepare yourself for this sacrifice, to receive the Eucharist, whether that's physically, interiorly? What does that look like?
Go ahead. I get what you're saying, Allison, because probably more for Pam than for me, because she was the one that was,
God bless
when the
Pam.
boys were young and talking about what things didn't go right, or one of them, they're fighting, or and we're in Mass, and you're thinking, what's everybody thinking? But honestly, I mean, I don't know. I think I think God has a sense of humor. I think he knows that we're going through that stuff. And that's how I feel. I guess that's how I prepare for that. I love being in Mass and listening to a young child just giving his brother or sister a hard time. I mean, it doesn't distract me, but it's just God's family. In family, there's gonna be disruptions, and I just think it's neat to see that. I remember Father Jared always saying, he says, don't ever think that is ever going to be a distraction for me, because when you hear children in the church, it's growing.
Exactly. I mean, you can answer that question. I was trying to see which viewpoint you were asking me to take of the family doing that, or as another parishioner in the parish, because I've always been in the parish. Like, thank God for them bringing their kids here. Look at all the struggles that they're doing. I mean, it's not easy to get those kids ready, but for those who are bringing the kids and doing everything, just stop and take a deep breath and thank God that you are there. And look at Jesus and says, well, yeah, my kid, that was nothing. Look what he did up there.
Exactly.
And yes, it's not, I like to go very early and just get my heart ready for Mass to prepare. But God knows that we have to live in that life and raise kids so we can try to get them up to heaven with us, and hopefully we go. But we're idiots. We are, and we're not perfect. If everybody was perfect, then we wouldn't be human.
Yeah.
There was a young child in church this morning at St. Nick's, and mom had her child with her, and it wasn't crying or anything. It was just talking, and it was during the offertory, and I just thought, oh my gosh, that's just music. to my ears to hear a young child, and it was echoey, nobody
Mhm.
was talking. So anyway, that back to your point. I mean, I just think it's just neat.
I think us as parishioners,
Maybe
we ought to
mom
go,
doesn't feel that it's neat, but
well, I know, but I think we need to go up to those families and tell them thank you.
Yeah.
I know it's hard, but thank you for coming, because
yeah.
I feel the glare they get.
Oh yeah, it's bad. So I mean, I've been there maybe a little more recently than you guys have, and I don't know, maybe if it's just especially hard on moms, but you feel that glare, you feel that judgment, and
I think
you
it
even
is.
sometimes hear it from people saying, hey, you need to take your kid to the cry room. And Father Fred has said it, I know Father Jarrett has said it. I think all of our priests are
And
of the
Father
mind.
Damon's the same way,
Yeah, I
yeah.
think I've heard it from Father Nick too. If if there's no crying, your church is dying. You need to hear that, the babbling of the
Yeah.
kids and the excitement to be there. And but I agree, I appreciate that, Christian, because I don't think we hear that enough. I don't think young
Yeah.
families hear that enough.
It's
So
neat. Another thing we didn't touch on preparing for the Eucharist is the sacrament of confession.
yeah.
And something I was going to add, because there's been times when I've gone to church and I just have this something that I did that I don't feel that I should receive the Eucharist, because I need to get this off. And Father has confession before Mass on Sundays, and so it's just so nice to turn around and slip in. Not that you're trying to, but it may be, if you go confession enough, it's maybe you don't need an hour. So, but I mean, just to get that off and prepare yourself, because you want to be clean,
Mhm.
to receive Him.
Yeah.
So that was just something that I thought about, that, it's just such a beautiful sacrament.
Yeah.
And I used to not think that way. You hear priests having, and I heard one this morning or yesterday with Bishop Binky, where this guy caught him in a cafe or McDonald's or someplace, and he was a truck driver and he wanted to go confession, and you see the 40 years since he did confession.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about just going in, maybe something happened the day before and you just feel, you just let that, I don't like that, and I want to get rid of that. It's the beauty of that sacrament.
Yeah. Christian, I want to go back to something you mentioned earlier. So you were talking about the beauty of the Mass when you approach the Eucharist, and at the offering that you've placed your sacrifice there with the host, with the wine. I've heard people talk about that before, but I think one of the things that I and probably other people struggle with is understanding, how do we do that? Is there something that we say when that happens, or when the priest is preparing to, for that sacrifice? Do we just say, God, I'm putting all my worries, practically speaking, what does that look like?
Yeah, it's probably gonna be different for everyone, but it's a mental thing for myself. And the reason I started listening to "Let My Sacrifice and Yours Be a Part of This Mass," to hear those words, exactly. But before, it's just pouring yourself out.
Yeah.
Lord, I know I was an idiot to this person the other day. I'm sorry. Kind of a little confession, but
Mhm.
then, I'm struggling, Lord, with this, with my wife. I give that to you. Let me give that offering to you. And all that, it's crushing us, it's breaking us down, mentally, spiritually. And that symbolizes the crushing of the wheat into the flour to make the Eucharist. And the grapes, that's what the work of the human hands. And so we just take a little bit of everything I do, that I think is my suffering
Mhm.
for that past day, or that I'm going to be going through. And I just offer that. And then after that, the priest says, or we all say, "Let my sacrifice and yours." We go on with that. So
Okay.
does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
It does. It makes great sense.
Yeah.
The worst thing you can do is feel yourself not worthy, and it keeps you away from giving yourself to Christ, because He's offering
Mhm.
and He wants to help. And I've been in that spot where I just think, you know what, I shouldn't even go to church because of what I did, or back in the day, and it just keeps you away. But that's the enemy's ploy. That's the enemy that's doing that. Gosh, I don't think there'd be any priest that would tell you that they don't want you to come if you feel like you have a bad sin on you. Come. That's what Jesus did this for. So, but even the small things, like you're saying, the sacrifice. When we have the consubstantiation, and everything that Jesus did, the Paschal mystery, he did it for us, and that's what we need to grasp and embrace. As a Catholic, it's beautiful.
Yeah. Well, on that note, I want to pause for just a second. I want to restate our trivia question. We did have one wording change to our trivia question, and this might be why we haven't had an answer yet. So which of these schools won a state sports championship recently? Is it Sacred Heart of Colby, TMP Marian of Hayes, St. Mary's of Ellis, or Sacred Heart of Salina? So which of these schools recently won a sports championship? Is it Sacred Heart of Colby, TMP Marian of Hayes, St. Mary's of Ellis, or Sacred Heart of Salina? So if you know the answer to that question, give us a call at 785-621-4110. Again, it's 785-621-4110. And I think I just heard the phone ring. So hopefully we have an answer to that trivia question now. But I do also want to remind everyone that our goal for this Care-a-thon is $125,000. And I know it's a big, audacious goal. We've got two of our board members sitting alongside me here in the studio today. And these big goals, it's something we talk about frequently, work towards all year round, but it helps us keep the lights on. It helps us keep these radio stations on the air. It helps us with all of the equipment. If any of you, I know those of you who are watching us on Rumble, YouTube, etc., you probably see just a little bit of all of the stuff that's here in the studio, all of the equipment. There's a whole lot behind us that you can't see on camera.
It's very warm in here.
It is very warm in here. It generates a lot of heat, so it's warm. But this equipment, it costs a lot of money to run. And so we, with our electric bills, with our just the technology licenses and fees and things that we have to continually maintain to stay on the air. All of this takes a little bit of money. So we appreciate any kind of donation that you are willing to share with us. Again, the goal is $125,000. If you would prayerfully consider what you can give to support Divine Mercy Radio's mission, we would deeply appreciate it. You can give us a call at 785-621-4110, or you can donate online at dvmercy.com. A couple things to consider. We have a variety of methods that you can use to make your donation, whether that's a direct withdrawal from your checking or savings account, whether that is just, us billing you monthly. We've got a lot of different options available. One of the things that I would encourage you to do is, throw out a challenge to someone or to some group. If you make a donation, ask your friends, ask your neighbors, ask your, parishioners to join in with you in supporting Divine Mercy Radio's mission. And let us know, that you're listening. We'd love to hear from you. We did just have a trivia winner. Carol Bain knew that the answer was Sacred Heart of Salina, and they just recently won the 2A Girls Basketball Championship for the state of Kansas. So congratulations to the Sacred Heart of Salina, Sacred Heart Girls Basketball Team, but also congratulations to winner Carol Bain. Carol, we will get your name in the trivia drawing at the end of the day. So thank you so much for listening and calling in. I do want to, we've got about a little less than 12 minutes to talk, more about 10 minutes to talk with Corey Munch and Christian Lutz. We're talking about being made new at the altar. And I would ask you guys, there are a lot of people out there listening who may be new to the Catholic faith, who may not know anything about the Catholic faith, not understand the Eucharist, or maybe those who have been away from the Catholic faith for a while. If they have questions, obviously you're on the board of directors, so I know you'll plug Catholic Radio, but where would you direct them to go? How would you help them begin that journey of faith or that reversion to the faith?
Well, I think just listening to the radio, of course, but there's a lot of call in after like at 1 o'clock, 2, 3. There's a lot of call in shows that people ask a lot of good questions. And if you're able to go to a campus center near you, a lot of times the priests have very good abilities to reach people that are new to the faith or haven't been living their faith as much. I see that here, and you go up to K-State. As Bishop was talking, we have some new priests, new coming up there to K-State. So, but really, just talking to people that regularly go to Mass, and maybe even on a daily Mass, to talk to them and see, why do you come every day? Because it might be a different answer than you think. Hopefully it's a good answer.
I mean, really just contacting one of the 3 churches or even the campus center. But we did have a situation. I just want to share a little bit about Casey Lee, who was our OCIA, and he's now a Catholic. But for several years, he would get online and send a question to something that St. Nick's had out there. Well, it went unnoticed.
Oh.
But he persevered, he stayed with it. I don't know the exact story of how but at any rate, he finally caught Deacon Steve or called the parish office. That's how it was. And Deacon Steve hooked up with him, but we didn't know that he was, evidently it was something that we had, St. Nick's had put out and just wasn't paying attention to it online.
Yes, I think a lot of people have that trepidation of asking someone. They're terrified. And so that's why we always say with Catholic radio, you can listen in the car, you can listen at home by yourself. And there's so many questions that come in that it might, the time you're listening might be exact question you're thinking of. So
listening to Catholic radio, I tell this story pretty much every time I come on. It was when Catholic radio got here. I mean, I was first, it was Mother Angelica, and it was hard for me to listen to her. But after I started listening to her each time, and then finally I just got hooked. And I mean, it taught me so much, back to your, because the programming that we give on this radio station is amazing through EWTN, which you guys all know. But it's a great way to learn the faith, about the faith. And, if you're inquiring about it, I mean, obviously call. And I wouldn't email, I would call.
So, get someone on the line.
Yeah.
And we've got such great programming with, some of these programs geared specifically toward people who are not Catholic.
Right.
Call in with your challenges, with your questions, with, the things you're confused about the Catholic faith. And then we've got several, like the Catholic Answers, where you get a couple hours every evening.
That was a big one
You've
for
got,
me.
yeah, getting just any number of questions about any manner of topics related to the Catholic Church and what the church stands for, what we teach. If someone wanted to, just get your kind of life advice, you guys have lived this experience for, however long you've lived it, in terms of coming back to the faith and really instilling it in your children and your grandchildren. What would be one of those lessons that you'd share with them? Something that you'd say, this was pivotal to my faith journey.
I would say if it has sparked an interest, that you should follow that. You should follow it until you receive. See, I'm a big believer in the Holy Spirit bringing people, and if it's something that you're inquiring about, that is maybe something you're thinking long about, let the Holy Spirit guide you to the right place. Get answers. You may, there's so much out there right now with the Catholic faith that you can find online. Whether it's radio or, I'm a big Hallow app guy. I do a lot of that. But back to the person that's just, looking, man, I tell you, you can find answers pretty quick if you really, really want it.
I think one of my not so good traits is to invite someone to Mass that's never been. I feel very uncomfortable with that.
Mm-hmm.
I think if someone would told me or started pushing the Catholic religion on me, I would have rejected it. So I've learned not to be pushy because I've tried that with family members and it didn't work. It repelled them. And so just to love them and I think it's more effective, but don't push them. It's the Holy Spirit. We don't do any of the conversion or any of that. It's the Holy Spirit. It's God that does that. We got to remember that too.
I've had that experience as well, and it has caused, where you push your faith, and
it hurts us, myself, and them.
Yeah, and so I can relate to that as well. But that's why I think just being respectful and loving is probably going to go farther. Show your love for Christ through your faith, but also be respectful.
Yeah. And like Deacon Harold Burke-Sivers said at our last annual banquet, he's like, throw the seeds and get out of the way. God's got it from there.
Exactly.
He'll take care of the nourishing of the soil and the fertilizing it and the watering of it.
Absolutely. That was a good talk.
Yeah. I think about that a lot. It's just like, that's what we're here for, especially when, maybe we're not so comfortable in certain aspects of sharing the faith, whether it be inviting to mass or whatever. It's just like, well, throw the seeds, even if it's by the gift of our example.
Yes.
So, yes, very good. Well, we have been talking to Christian Lutz and Corey Munch about being made new at the altar. We've come almost to the end of our time. We have about a minute left. Do you have anything that you'd like to leave our audience with today?
There's signs everywhere. I was just trying to think of who Father Barry Brinkman was. I'm sorry, Monsignor Barry Brinkman, right?
Yeah.
He used to be, and he's the first one I heard talk about the Paschal Mystery. And this whole time I've been sitting here trying to think of his name. I could not remember it. I looked over at the screen and there's a priest and another gentleman that just came up and it said Father Barry. Barry Brinkman.
Thank you, Holy Spirit.
Thank you. Yeah, he's everywhere. God's everywhere. You just got to look.
Yeah.
And I'd probably say, open yourself up to what happens at the Mass and learn it and know what Christ did for us, because it'll open doors that will last forever.
Yeah. Very good. Well, guys, thank you so much for spending time, taking time away from your business and away from daily life to join us this afternoon. This has been a great conversation. Again, you've been listening to Christian Lutz and Corey Munch, who've been discussing being made new at the altar. As these guys make their way out of the studio, I do want to recognize their work. They are members of our Divine Mercy Radio Board of Directors. And so I do want to thank all of those individuals who make the time monthly and then, in various capacities throughout the month that they dedicate to this radio station to keep us on the air and to help us make decisions to move in the right direction. We have Lester Robin, who is our president, Alvin LeCount, who is our vice president, Dan Loftus, treasurer, Donetta Robin, secretary, Father Fred Gatchett, many of you know him, he is our spiritual director, Christian Lutz and Corey Munch, who you just heard from, Troy Shippers, Cody Marinser, Karen Marcel, and Mark Schwartz, as well as myself. I'm happy to sit on this board with these talented and very devoted individuals. So we just want to thank all of them for their service to our station. Again, you are listening to Divine Mercy Radio's Care-a-thon. You're listening to Divine Mercy Radio on 101.7 KJDM, Lindsborg, Salina, 105.7 KMDG Hayes, 88.1 KRTT in Great Bend, 88.1 KVDM in Hayes, 89.1 KGOH in Colby, and 107.3 K297AI out of Hill City. You are listening to our Divine Mercy Radio Care-a-thon. Our spring Care-a-thon theme this year is Behold, I Make All Things New. Our Care-a-thon goal is $125,000. We are making great strides toward that goal. We initially had $30,150 in matching funds that were available starting on Tuesday when we began the Care-a-thon. But now we have just under $6,000 left of those matching funds. So if you want to help stretch your dollar, have your donations matched dollar for dollar, please give us a call at 621-4110. Again, the number is 621-4110. You can also donate online at dvmercy.com. Again, it's dvmercy.com. The first caller with a donation, a $100 donation during this Thursday 2 p.m. hour, will receive a displayable set of 10 affirmations from Cottage of My Heart, compliments of Heil and Ann Huguenin, owners of and funeral directors at Hayes Memorial Chapel of Hayes. So again, the first caller with a $100 donation during this Thursday 2 p.m. hour will receive a set of 10 affirmations. It's a displayable set of 10 affirmations from Cottage of My Heart, compliments of Heil and Ann Huguenin, owners and funeral directors of Hayes Memorial Chapel. I do want to recognize Carol Bain, who called during our last hour. She is from Ness City, and she made a donation in the amount of $250, which, thanks to our matching funds, doubles to $500. So, Carol, thank you so much for your generous donation, your generous support of Divine Mercy Radio. We're so glad that you're able to hear us in the Ness City area, and we're thankful for all of our listeners. If you want to follow Carol's lead, please give us a call with your donation of any amount, whether it's $10, $100, $1,000. If you want to use up all of that $6,000 that we have left in our matching funds, we would love to hear from you. But give us a call at 785-621-4110 or donate online at dvmercy.com. We have volunteers here available to answer your call, to take your pledges, and they're also available to listen or to gather your answer to our trivia question. And since we are at the top of the 2 o'clock hour, I will read that trivia question. So give us a call if you know the answer. The question is, who opened the gates of heaven? A, Divine Mercy Radio, B, Jesus, C, St. Peter, or D, St. Paul? Who opened the gates of heaven? Was it A, Divine Mercy Radio, B, Jesus, C, St. Peter, or D, St. Paul? Hopefully you're listening close and you can eliminate one of those options right off the bat. But if you know the answer to that question, give us a call at 785-621-4110. The other thing you can do is, if you have a question for any of our guests, we would love to hear from you, and you can text your question to 785-621-4110. Just send us a text with your question. Our volunteers will field that text and they'll shoot it right in here to the studio for me. And so we will get that on the air and have those answered now. As I understand it, we do have our next Care-a-thon guests available. I just need to get to my board here. All right. Before I introduce you, I want to make sure. Father Barry and Larry, are you available? Are you here with us? I'm seeing them talking, but I'm not hearing them through the audio. So Michael or Nathan, if you want to help me out. All right. Well, we will give them just a second. I'm going to have one of the guys come in and help figure out why I'm not able to hear right away. But again, I'm going to list that trivia question. Who opened the gates of heaven? Is it A, Divine Mercy Radio, B, Jesus, C, St. Peter, or D, St. Paul? So you can give us a call at 785-621-4110 if you know the answer to that question. But we'll see if we can get our on-air guests. They're calling us via Zoom. So let me try again. Father Barry and Larry, are you available?
Yeah. Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you so much. All right. So our next two guests are, again, they're on Zoom with us today. We're so grateful that they took the opportunity to join us. We have Father Barry Clayton with us, and he serves as the pastor of Sacred Heart Church in Mound City, Kansas, which is in the Archdiocese of Kansas City, Kansas. And that is the home to the shrine of St. Rose Philippine de Shane. And he is the pastor of St. Philip Neri in Osawatomie, as well as Our Lady of Lords in Lacin, Kansas. He is a member of the board that helps oversee the care of the St. Philippine de Shane Memorial Park. And Father Clayton attended Conception Seminary College and later Kenrick Seminary, both in Missouri. Much of his family, including a twin sister, live in the Kansas City area. So, of course, he is a Chiefs and Royals fan. Great job, Father. And his main goal is to help others along with himself get to heaven by the grace of God. We also have Larry Lemon with us, and Larry worked for the Department of the Army for 40 years, serving in the military, and as a Department of the Army civilian, he retired as a lieutenant colonel. He has always been involved in religious activities, including serving as the president of a college Newman club and the president of an installation chaplain fund. After retiring in 2012, Larry and his wife Vicky moved back to their family farm near Parker, Kansas. Shortly after moving to Kansas, he became active in the St. Rose Philippine Duchesne Memorial Park, and he has served as president of the Memorial Park Board. He works as the park manager and serves as president of the St. Duchesne Memorial Park Endowment Fund. He has hosted and given park tours to numerous schools and adult religious groups, religious orders, and Potawatomi Nation pilgrimages over the years. He has been a member of the Knights of Columbus for 41 years, and he and Vicky have 4 children scattered across the country from Washington State to Pennsylvania. So welcome, gentlemen. We're so glad to have you with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, give us a little bit of history, because I will be honest, this memorial park was new to me, and I know that, there's all of these various pilgrimage sites that are scattered around the country, but this one happens to be in our own backyard. So tell us a little bit about who St. Rose Philippine Duchesne was and what her role is in our church's history, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, well, thank you so much again for having us, and we're so glad to share a little bit more about St. Rose Philippine Duchesne. In our Catholic Church, we're so blessed with so many saints. There's just so many wonderful saints that we have to look up to, and many of them are in various different places around the world. And here in our country, because it's a fairly newer country, we don't have quite as many canonized saints yet, that to be determined. We hope for many, many more to come. But at least at the current time in our recently young country, we don't have too many canonized that have lived or been from our country. And so to get to know some of those a little bit more, I think is really a blessing for us to know that there are some that have been canonized in our country and in our area. And I'm so excited to share a little bit more with you today about St. Rose Philippine Duchesne, who is the only canonized saint to have ever lived in the state of Kansas. And hopefully there are more to come, many more to come. But as of right now, the only one, the first and only, is St. Rose Philippine Duchesne. And she did only live in Kansas for only about a year, but it was really a part of her lifelong dream to be in this area, because it allowed her to carry out missionary work among the Potawatomi. And so even though she was only here for a very short time in Kansas, it was really a part of her lifelong dream that was fulfilled when she reached this destination. And she spent a great length of her time in America. And so I'd like to share just a little bit with you. So she was born in Grenoble, France on August 29th in 1769. And she died in St. Charles, Missouri on November 18th in 1852. The day she died, November 18th, is her feast day. She was the second of 7 daughters and 1 son. Her father was a prominent lawyer. In 1788, she entered the Visitation of Holy Mary, a religious order, and her family didn't quite understand the vocation, didn't quite have support for her in that vocation, but she really felt like she was called to that. And so even though there wasn't quite the backing there, she really felt called, and she ended up pursuing that vocation as a religious sister. And even though she entered the Visitation Sisters during the French Revolution in 1792, the Reign of Terror, as it was referred to, the monastery was shut down, and she actually had to return back home as a result of that. But she continued to live by the rule of life of her order. And in 1801, the Catholic Church was given the ability to operate openly once again in France. And she tried to reestablish the Visitation Monastery that she had been a part of, but she was only left with 3 companions. And eventually she joined a new community that was getting started called the Society of the Sacred Heart in 1804. And in 1815, she opened a convent and school in Paris. In 1818, at the age of 49, she headed to the United States with 4 other sisters. When she arrived in America, when she arrived in America, she eventually was able to establish the first free school west of the Mississippi. It was the first school in St. Charles County, Missouri, and the first Sacred Heart school outside of France. She went on to establish a number of schools, orphanages, academies, and convents across the frontier, introducing the Sacred Heart educational system to the United States.
And then in 1841, at the age of 71, she was allowed to come to Kansas to open a girls' school amongst the Potawatomi Indians. It was real interesting. The Jesuit priest that went back to St. Charles to request the nuns to come in, and I'm going to try to, best as I can, quote him, said, well, she must come too. Even if we have to carry her all the way to Kansas, she must come too, because her prayers will ensure the success of the mission. She's clearly documented that she established 5 schools. If you count the ones to include like the one at the Sugar Creek Mission, and up to 8. And today that's expanded to 21 different Sacred Heart schools within the United States.
She was a powerhouse.
Yeah, she was a powerhouse. She was probably one of the biggest things she's known for is her steadfast perseverance in the face of all kinds of hardship. And we're going to talk more about that later. And also the power of prayer. She's a patron saint of being persistent amidst adversity. And of course, she is known as a woman to pray always. And hopefully we'll talk more about that later. It's very interesting. You said she's a powerhouse. She also believed that she was a failure. And she often talked about that. In one of her letters, she wrote, "Those who desire only the good pleasures of God abides in peace, even in the midst of failure. For God has not told us that he requires success of us." She was beatified on the 12th of May of 1940, and she was canonized on the 3rd of July of 1988, attributed to 2 miracles. One was the healing of a young child that had a hearing problem, and a religious sister who had throat cancer.
Wow. So, I mean, just to put this into perspective, you said she was 71 when she said, they called her and they said, yeah, she can come over to Missouri and Kansas and that they would basically carry her if they needed to. That's saying a lot for somebody, who's 71, especially considering the time in which she lived.
Yes, she ever since she was a young girl, she heard about the missions in the New World among the Native Americans, and her heart was on fire ever since a little girl to go to the New World. And when she was a little older, when she was going to school for First Communion with the Visitation nuns, she also had a great love for the life of a sister, and so these 2 loves kind of encouraged her to pursue a vocation as a sister, especially to go to the New World, to be among the Native Americans and to share Jesus among them. And she met a lot of hardship along the way, even though she ended up persevering through the adversity. There was a lot of adversity that she faced. Just had to connect with another order, and then she still didn't quite get to do what she had wanted to. And eventually, once she was sent to the New World, she almost died along the journey, but she survived the trip and arrived in America, and she eventually made her way to St. Louis with some other sisters that she had gone across the seas with. And it was there that she helped start schools and worked on the frontier with harsh conditions. But it wasn't really till the end of her life, after she was retired in poor health, that she really got her opportunity to go to the mission among the Native Americans in Kansas. And yes, her reputation of holiness had preceded her. And this Jesuit missionary said, we must have Philippine come with us. If all she can do is pray for us, she will ensure the success of our mission. And so even though she was in frail health, retired, she was granted permission to go to the mission because of her reputation of holiness that had preceded her. And indeed, she wasn't able to do a whole lot on the mission in Kansas with the Potawatomi because of her frail health and struggle learning the language. But she did devote herself to prayer. She witnessed her love for them, and she spent a great amount of time in prayer. And that's what gave her that nickname of Woman Who Prays Always.
I love that. I love that name. Well, and that kind of brings up another question. Was she readily accepted by those in the Potawatomi Nation, or was there a lot of resistance? What did that look like for those early missionaries?
In this case, she was readily accepted. She took a riverboat from St. Charles to Kansas City, a place called Westport Landing, and it took her 4 days to come down by wagon to the Sugar Creek Mission. And the day before she arrived, the Potawatomis had sent out scouts to find her, and they basically escorted her back. I think there was a total of 500 Braves, and they said that they were all dressed up in their finest clothes. When they actually arrived there, the priest stood up and introduced her and said, "This is a woman who has prayed all of her life to be with you." And there was a great reception. She shook hands with everybody was there, and there was probably over 2,000 people as soon as she arrived there, and she was very well welcomed.
That's amazing. And so give us an idea of where these, the individuals living in that nation, where did they, were they already converts, or were they open to becoming converts? What did that look like?
That's a really good question. The Jesuits had worked with the Potawatomis. And then when the French and Indian War was over, that gave everything east of the Mississippi to Britain and everything west over to Canada. And the Potawatomis were in the Indiana area, the Twin Lakes area, around the Great Lakes. And under British law, the Catholic Church could not practice. And most people don't realize this. They couldn't say Mass, so the Jesuit priests pulled out. And about 60 or 70 years later, a Methodist priest missionary came in and said, all these Potawatomis are praying in the tradition of Catholics. And when they found out about it, the church came back in after the Revolutionary War. And so they were about 50% of the Potawatomis were Catholic.
Oh, wow. Now, gentlemen, if you could give us an idea for people who aren't familiar with that part of Kansas, and you talked about Sugar Creek and places like that, can you give us a geographical location? How many hours are we talking from Kansas City, or, something that we might be familiar with?
If you look at a map, we are straight south of Kansas City. The shrine is in Mountain City, Kansas, which is the county seat of Lynn County. It's about 50 miles south of Kansas City, and the park is 15 miles away, near the present-day Centerville, Kansas.
Excellent. And I do want to pause there because we have had several donations come in the last few minutes. So we want to thank all of those who have donated so generously. Dwayne and Karen Dortzweiler of Ellis donated $1,000. Thank you so much, Dwayne and Karen Dortzweiler, for that generous donation. We do appreciate it. We also appreciate Mel and Jenny Augustine from Ellis, who donated $250 on top of their monthly donation. So a lot of people from Ellis listening in today. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for your generous, generous support of this radio station and what we are, aiming to do and reaching that $125,000 goal. Right now, it doesn't look as though we have received an answer. I'm going back just to make sure. It doesn't look like we have received an answer for our top of the hour trivia question. So I do want to ask that again and encourage all of you who are listening to give us a call, even if it's just an educated guess. Who opened the gates of heaven? Who opened the gates of heaven? Was it A, Divine Mercy Radio, B, Jesus, C, St. Peter, or D, St. Paul? If you know the answer to that trivia question, give us a call at 785-621-4110. Again, it's 785-621-4110. Additionally, during this hour, we are talking to Father Barry Clayton and Larry Lemon, who are both with the St. Rose Philippine Duchenne. It's the shrine there in Mound City, Kansas. And so we were talking a little bit about St. Rose Philippine Duchenne and her work with the Potawatomi Nation. And Father, you had mentioned her nickname was Woman Who Prays Always. I really like that idea. I think that again goes back to that idea of just being a powerhouse woman and having a solid reputation. How did that play out in her life with the Potawatomi? And even as you mentioned, toward the end of her life, really, she only had a very short time with them.
Yeah, she really had a great foundation in prayer when she was a little girl with the Visitation Sisters, getting prepared for First Communion. She would go into prayer in the morning with the sisters. She was at a boarding school for a little while during that time as she was prepared for First Communion. And as she was at the boarding school with the nuns, she would go into the chapel in the morning and see the nuns praying, and she would join the nuns in prayer. And that really gave a great foundation for her in her life of kind of this routine of prayer that she kept throughout her life. And but the nickname specifically, Woman Who Prays Always, this routine of prayer had been a part of her life up to that point, but it wasn't until she came to Kansas that she actually got the nickname Woman Who Prays Always that stuck with her, and that's what she's known as today. So when she was at the mission in Kansas, the Sugar Creek Mission, it was there that the Potawatomi saw her in prayer quite a bit. And as mentioned, her health was frail, and so she wasn't able to carry out interactions as much as she would have liked, or she struggled with the language of the Potawatomi. So she was limited in that capacity, but she was free to pray, and she certainly did. And the part of her routine was to go into the church at the evening time for prayer. And there's a legend that goes that the Potawatomi children would run around as kids do, and they would run into the church, and they would see Mother Philippine kneeling in prayer in the church in the evening hours as they would go. And so they would go into church, see her, and then they would go run around and play some more, and then they'd come back into church, and there she was still kneeling in prayer, and it had been at quite a length of time. And so the children decided, let's see how long she actually is staying there in prayer. And so the children, one evening while she was in church in prayer, kneeling there in the church, the children of the Potawatomi snuck up behind her real quietly and put like twigs and other things that they had gathered together, and they put it on the edge of her garment as she was kneeling down in prayer. And they kind of ran off, and they came back in the morning the next day, And they went into the chapel. There she was with all of those things still on the edge of her garment. She was still kneeling in prayer. And they were like, she's been here the whole night praying. And so they started to call, the Potawatomi started to call her Woman Who Prays Always. And that nickname stuck with her. And it was given to her right in Kansas, right where she was there at the mission site. It was given to her by the Potawatomi. It stuck. And as a canonized saint today, that is what her nickname that she's known by is Woman Who Prays Always.
It's also interesting towards the end of her life, when she went back to the St. Louis area, she elected to live underneath the staircase. With the reason why was because she wanted to be close to the chapel so she could pray.
Oh, wow. That is a beautiful example. We, had talked in an earlier interview about just living by example, and that sounds like exactly what she does or did. Absolutely. Well, so jumping ahead several, decades, when and how was the shrine established in her honor? And give us a little information about the memorial park and, what that looks like.
So we're in the Archdiocese of Kansas City in Kansas, but at the time, years ago, we were the Diocese of Leavenworth. And at the time, the Bishop Schulte of the Diocese of Leavenworth realized that something must be done because in 1940, Rose Philippine Deschênes was beatified. So she was known as Blessed Rose Philippine Deschênes starting in 1940. So the bishop at the time in the Diocese of Leavenworth said, she lived in our diocese, and even though it was a short time, she was there, and she prayed, and she lived among the Potawatomi there, and we needed to honor her and remember this significant moment. And so the bishop had a diocese-wide drive or collection taken up in order to provide a shrine for that location. And so after that capital campaign, I guess you would call it, after that was taken up, the shrine church in Mound City, Kansas was built. That location was chosen just because it was a little bit easier access. It was closer to some more major roads for people to access and get to. And so they chose that location. It's not the exact site of where she was, but it's fairly close. And they built the church there. It's called Sacred Heart, named after her community that she was a part of. And it was built in 1941. The church was built. And the park where she actually lived is about 15 or 20 minutes away from the church. The park, after the reservation relocated and the mission concluded there, the park was taken over by for farmland, for farm use. And once she was canonized in 1988, we realized that we really it would really be helpful to have that place where she actually lived to have preserved as well. And so thanks be to God, through the efforts of others, that land was reacquired for the Archdiocese to have as a way to remember where the saint lived on the mission territory, but also a number of Potawatomi are remembered there as well. And so anyways, if you are able to come to our location today, people can visit the church, which is the official shrine in Kansas, and there's beautiful stained glass windows that help tell her story there. So pilgrims can come to the church, and then if they would like, they're also welcome to go to the park. We call it a memorial park, and that's where the actual location was, where she lived in Kansas. And so visitors or pilgrims are welcome to come to the church and then they're welcome to make their way out to the park. And sometimes visitors will have like a picnic lunch and kind of make a day out of it. And they'll be able to see the beautiful church, and they'll also be able to visit the location where she lived and see the grounds just a short distance away.
I'd like to add, when she became a saint in 1988, local people got together and actually bought the land. It took them about a year to acquire it. We actually have it through 3 different parcels. They did some trading of land with other farmers in the area. And they donated the land to the Archdiocese in 1989. The park currently consists of 167 acres.
That's a large parcel of land there.
Yes.
Excellent. Father, I want to back up for just a second. You were talking about it being a shrine. For people who may not be interested, I'm sorry, may not be interested, may not be aware or understand, a lot of times we throw around words like shrine, or we hear things like basilica, and it's not always that we understand the differences between those. So what exactly constitutes a shrine as opposed to some other holy site?
Yeah, very good. So a shrine is a designation to honor a saint's memory that had a particular significance for that area and location. And so since she did live in this area, even though a short time, her presence certainly was a significance to our area. And so this is a church. It's actually a Catholic parish. We have parishioners that attend regular mass there. So it does operate as a parish church, but it's also got this designation as a shrine just because of the special honor or memory we give to the saint who was in that location.
Okay. Larry, a question for you. When it comes to, her canonization, was there anybody from the Mound City area that was able to go and be part of that special event? Or, did it happen over in Rome? I don't, I know they canonize people in various places, but was anybody involved from your local parish there that was part of that special occasion?
That's a really good question. That was before I was in the area. I have met several people who made it to Rome for the canonization, to include Potawatomis who made it over there.
Oh, wow.
One of note that was present at the time was Archbishop Joseph Naumann, who's the retired Archbishop of Kansas City. He in 1988 he was a priest in the Archdiocese of St. Louis, and his mother had a connection to a St. Philippine school, and so he had a devotion to her and was able to go to the canonization. And as God's providence would have it, he ended up coming from St. Louis to Kansas City, just like Philippine herself did, and he was our Archbishop for many years, and
just retired recently, right?
Correct, and he has a great devotion to Saint Philippine, and he's happy to support our shrine.
Isn't it amazing how the Holy Spirit and God they work to get the right people in the right place and bring things full circle? It is just amazing. Well, I do want to pause for just a moment. We have had several individuals call in over the course of the last few minutes. So, let's see. Jody Patton. She is our trivia winner for that top of the 2:00 hour. She knew that Jesus was the person who opened the gates of heaven. So congratulations, Jody. We will get your name into the drawing for the end of the day when we draw that gift certificate to Messenger. And so we will make sure that your name is in there. Thank you so much for listening. We also want to thank Janice Collins of Hayes, who donated $500 toward our Divine Mercy Radio Care-a-thon. Janice, thank you so much. We truly appreciate that very generous donation. So thank you for listening in, thank you for calling in, and thank you for supporting us in our mission. As we are at the bottom of the hour, I do want to share our next trivia question. Who was given the keys to the kingdom? Was it A, Divine Mercy Radio, B, Jesus, C, St. Peter, or D, St. Paul? Who was given the keys to the kingdom? Was it A, Divine Mercy Radio, B, Jesus, C, St. Peter, or D, St. Paul? If you know the answer to that trivia question, give us a call at 785-621 621-4110. Again, the number is 621-4110. While you're calling in, please consider taking the lead, or following Janice's lead, and the lead of so many others who have been so generous with their their time and their treasure this week as they support Divine Mercy Radio. You can give us a call with your donation in any amount. We would accept anything that you are prayerfully able to give, whatever is meaningful to you. We will make the best use of that money to keep this radio station and all of our affiliate stations on the air. So give us a call at 785-621-4110, or you can donate online at dvmercy.com. We have a nice little thermometer there on Divine Mercy Radio's website. Again, it's dvmercy.com. We have a great little thermometer there that you can use to track our progress over the course of the next day and a half. But again, our goal is $125,000, and we do still have some of those. Matching funds available. I think at this point in time, we are maybe just shy of $5,000 now, that would allow us to move a little closer toward utilizing all of those $30,150 in matching funds. So that is a wonderful thing to have happened in the first 2 days of the Care-a-thon. So we again appreciate all of those of you who have stepped up to the plate, risen to meet the challenge of helping us to that $125,000 goal. This afternoon, we are talking to Father Barry Clayton and Larry Lemon. Both of them are coming to us via Zoom from the Archdiocese of Kansas City, Kansas. They are talking to us about frontier faith, the legacy of St. Rose Philippine Duchesne, and they're talking a little bit about St. Rose Philippine Duchesne's the memorial, the shrine that's located in eastern Kansas, just a little bit south of the Kansas City area. So the next time we're in Kansas City, we all need to make a point of heading south a little bit, looking at that beautiful countryside and going about and visiting the shrine that's established in her honor. So I know, Father, you mentioned just a little bit ago, you said, that families oftentimes will bring picnics. You'll go visit the shrine, you'll go visit the park. What else might they be expecting to experience when they are there?
Yeah. So folks can visit really anytime is just fine. If they're able to reach out just a little bit ahead of time, we're happy to schedule a time, and I try to make myself available when visitors come, and I'm able to kind of share a little bit more information about the church. So the stained glass windows kind of give a little bit more background for them, and so if it works out, I'm happy to kind of show people around the church and give them some time to pray and to be there in the church. And then if they would like, they're also welcome to go to the park. And Larry Lemon, he is our park manager and helps to kind of carry out day-to-day operations there. And he also is happy to meet with folks that come and visit, and he's happy to share some background of the park for visitors that come. And then, yes, as you mentioned, families are certainly welcome to bring like a lunch with them, and they can have a picnic lunch at the park and spend some time out there. At the church, we also at the church have a hall as a backup. If it's raining by chance when visitors come, they can use the hall instead of having lunch outside if they wish. So we're glad to welcome small groups, 2 people, or a family, or even a big group. We're happy to try to accommodate those that are able to come and to stop by.
And those of you, I know that you said there were several larger groups, some adult religious groups that have come. What has been the impact on them as they visit this shrine, as they visit this holy place?
Go ahead.
First, I'd like to talk just a little bit about who's come. Within the last 5 years, we've had a cardinal, we've had bishops, seminary students, local parishes, as Father talked about. We even have a college from Minnesota that comes down every other year. Of course, local parishes and religious orders. We've had people as far away as France, England, Australia, Canada, Colombia. come and visit the park. There are basically three different groups that come to the park. The first group are those who come for the environment. It's everybody describes it as extremely peaceful place. And then there's the Catholics who come, and you think about that. Everything that St. Rose Philippine Deschênes touched in her life is now a second-class relic, and we have a place where she prayed the rosary. We have the foundation of the church where she prayed. We have the foundation of the convent and the school where she lived. And most people find it extremely, extremely spiritual to be there. And it's also a very spiritual place to the Native Americans. I've had Potawatomi and from all over the United States and Canada come and visit the park.
That's amazing. If I could, for a second, Father, again, understanding what a pilgrimage is. I think some people have maybe a misconception of what that is. So can you share a little bit about what that truly means and how people experience a pilgrimage?
Yeah, sure. So a pilgrimage kind of traces back its origins from years ago, where Catholics would set out on a sacred journey. They would travel with a sacred holy purpose, bringing a special need, a special intention with them as they did so. And they would journey to a holy destination, whether it be a special church or a special relic of a saint. They would make this, or to the Holy Land itself in Jerusalem. They would make a sacred traveling journey and carrying this special intention oftentimes with them to pray for as they make their journey. And so there's kind of a rich heritage in our church of making these pilgrimages. And initially in those early years, it was certainly by foot. And that still can be the case today. In some cases, people will still even go by foot today, and if it's possible and can be worked out, and it might be shortened to some extent to make it more workable or feasible.
Sure.
But even a pilgrimage by car certainly counts as a pilgrimage, certainly because even traveling by car, even though it's not as difficult as by foot, of course, but still traveling by car, it still involves a great distance, and oftentimes there's difficulties along the way. And so that certainly still qualifies most certainly today. And because we have vehicles today, it gives us an opportunity to maybe go to destinations we might not have been able to go on by foot. And so, or even an airplane is also a pilgrimage if you're traveling by plane.
Sure.
And so it's a travel, but it's with a purpose, a holy purpose. Usually a special intention is brought to pray for, and it usually involves difficulty because, as we know, travel is fun, but it can also be challenging to travel as well.
Yes.
There's two stories I like to tell. There was a gentleman who walked what is known as the Trail of Death. That's where the Potawatomis were forced marched from Twin Lakes, Indiana, down to the park. It's a 660-mile journey.
Oh, wow.
And a couple of years ago, there was a gentleman who walked that. Last year, I was at the park, and a young man drove in on a bicycle. And I thought he was from local, and I asked him where he was from, and he said, "I'm from Minnesota."
Oh, wow. That's a journey. Oh, my goodness. Wow. So obviously you've got people that are driving great distances, traveling great distances, if it's from another country to visit this shrine. What role does the shrine and the memorial park, what does that role look like in terms of the faith of your local community?
We have a lot of people who are very active down there. We just had a work day, and I probably had people driving. Well, they came down from Kansas City to help us at the park. There's a gentleman who goes to the park every day and to pray.
Oh, wow. So the pull is there, the drive to, I mean, the impact is evident. It's felt.
Yes.
Father, go
It's
ahead.
oh yes. So it's so the park is owned by the Archdiocese, but it's maintained by the local Knights of Columbus. So there are several local Knights of Columbus groups that come together on a board that oversees the care and maintenance of the park. And as Larry just mentioned, there's a maintenance work day that they have once or twice a year where they come together and do kind of bigger projects to kind of make sure that it's maintained and kept up. And so the Knights of Columbus take great pride in having such a gift nearby where a saint lived, and they take great effort in making sure that it's kept up. They do a lot of behind the scenes kind of quiet maintenance work that really doesn't get noticed a whole lot, but it's needed, and they just do it and get it done because they're so proud of this area that we have, and they're so happy to help out and put in their volunteer efforts to make it be maintained for memory and for honor. And Larry Lemon is a member of our Knights of Columbus as well, and he kind of does more of the day-to-day operations of if he notices things that are not quite right, or branches have come down, or something needs to be repaired, he'll be able to identify that and let us know, and then kind of help coordinate some of these efforts. And as I mentioned, he'll be welcoming groups that come by to share a little bit more about the park.
We have there's 8 different Knights of Columbus councils that are involved in the day-to-day maintenance of the park.
The Knights are so willing to give their time and their energy and their effort to maintain these historic sites, these sites that we recognize as a church are historic. So I mean, I haven't been there, but I know my dad was a Knight of Columbus, and so thank you for all of the guys who are part of that effort. I know that that's a lot of work, especially for a property the size of what this is.
Yeah, still more work to do, of course, but it really has been a blessing how it's been cared for.
Absolutely. So before we start wrapping things up, I do want to thank several people who have called in the last few minutes with donations. Let's see. Well, first of all, I need to recognize the winner of our trivia question. Barb Hemmert from Oakley called in, and she knew that St. Peter was the person who was given the keys to the kingdom. So, Barb, thank you so much for listening in. Thank you for calling from Oakley, and we will get your name in the contest in the drawing for the end of the day when we draw for our $50 gift certificate. So, thank you again so much for calling in. I also want to thank Kyle and Barb Hemmert from Oakley for donating $500. When Barb called in to answer that trivia question, she also generously made that donation from their family in the amount of $500, and that doubles to $1,000. So we are very quickly chipping away at those remaining matching funds. If you feel called to donate, please follow Kyle and Barb's lead. Also, Bob and Karen Threckle, who donated $50. And again, Bob and Karen, thank you so much for your generous donation. Every little bit helps. All of any amount helps us in this goal of reaching $125,000. So if you feel so called as to follow Kyle and Barb and Bob and Karen's lead, please give us a call at 785-621-4110. Again, the number is 785-621-4110, or you can donate online at dvmercy.com. Your support helps keep us on the air so we can bring you amazing news about places, locations like this location of the St. Rose Philippine Duchenne Memorial Park and Shrine that we are talking to Father Barry Clayton and Larry Lemon about this afternoon. This is just one example of the way Divine Mercy Radio helps spread the news about these holy sites, these holy pilgrimage opportunities. And so we want to return to our interview. And in the last few minutes, if you could just tell us, how has the local community supported and preserved this site over the years? Obviously, you have a huge army of volunteers, the Knights of Columbus and otherwise, who help. But how else has the local community stepped up to support you?
You know, on Good Friday, and I'll extend this as an invitation to anyone, even from a distance, that would be able to come. Every Good Friday at 12 noon, we have anybody that wants to come gather at the park, and we pray the Stations of the Cross. There's outdoor stations of the cross that have been set up there at the park, that people are able to walk along a path and pray those Stations of the Cross as they walk along this path. And every you can do that anytime you visit, certainly, but we set aside, especially on Good Friday at 12 noon, anybody that's able to come is welcome to come on out, and we walk the Stations of the Cross as we pray that and reflect on our Lord's dying on the cross during that very holy day of Good Friday. And folks from the area really love to come and to take part in that. They love to enter into that very special prayer at a special time, and it's wonderful to gather together as a community of faith. And after it's concluded, people will bring their lunches and have a meal there at the park as they conclude that time. And it's just a special way to have Good Friday, and a special and they might have a service at church as well later on, or later on in the day. But for part of the day anyway, it's something that people really enjoy coming to be a part of. And so if anyone from a distance is able to join us, please know you're most welcome. I know it would be a bit of a drive, certainly, but there is an open invitation there for that event.
Also, every 5 years, the Potawatomis reenact the Trail of Death, and they end up at the park, and they have a big celebration as well as mass.
That's amazing. What would be the next? Is it on the 5 year, or is it like? When would the next one be?
2028.
Okay, so you're coming up in a couple of years. Excellent.
Yes.
What other, just as a parish, are there any other special events or things related to St. Rose Philippine Deschênes that you, have coming up, or things that you have, even if it's every other year or so, that you want to share with us?
Our local parishes, we try to have a parish picnic out at the park once a year, and we have an outdoor Sunday Mass, and then folks gather for a meal. And we're going to have that in June, on June 14th, coming up here in about a month or so.
I think in June, the Kansas City St. Joe parish or diocese is bringing their seminary students down. We've got there's a college, as I said before, from Minnesota that is coming down. During the course of a year, last year, I think between Father and I, we gave tours to about 2,000 people.
Oh, wow. That's a really good track record if that's how many you're getting every year.
That includes local Catholic schools. I've even had the local public school come through. I had a Catholic school from Omaha, Nebraska come down.
And so really, they just need to give you all a call. Do you want to put in a plug for the number that they can reach you at, or a website that you'd like us to direct people to?
Yes. Our number is 913-755-2652. And I'll say that again. It's 913-755-2652. And that's our parish number, and you're certainly welcome to leave a message. We'll try to get back to you.
Excellent. Well, for those of you who may have missed that number, we will have our interview up with Father Barry and Larry Lemon. We'll have that up on YouTube here in just a couple of hours, so you can go back and you can listen to that and grab that number again. Excuse me. Before we wrap up, Father, would you mind? Well, first of all, thank you both of you gentlemen, for stepping in and joining us for this hour. We really appreciate you sharing the news about this exciting location and this opportunity that many of us, I think, in Western Kansas may not be familiar with. So thank you for your time. And Father, would you mind leaving us with your priestly blessing?
Yes, thank you so much. And if I might just briefly say,
Yes.
the saints are sources of inspiration for us, but sometimes it can feel like they're almost out of reach. Like it's hard to really imitate them, that we're not really able to. And they certainly did live very heroic lives, and we can imitate them, but it can sometimes seem a little intimidating, myself included. But I think it is encouraging to know that that they were just human beings, just like you and I. And so we really can imitate them. And I think it especially helps to know that we have a saint so close that it kind of makes it even more real that, yeah, this person really lived here, like I live in this area too. And
Yes.
they became a saint, and it really is possible. And something else that I think is encouraging specifically about this saint is she really did, even though a lot of good things happened in her life, she really did encounter a lot of hardship, and she really did have this sense of being a failure. And I think that's really surprising that a saint felt like they were a failure.
Right.
But it's true. She did have this sense, but she never stopped following God or seeking Him. But she did kind of struggle with this feeling of not carrying out God's will or having failed in some way. But obviously the church said, no, you did not fail, and canonized her as saint. And so we know that she most certainly did not fail, and none of us fail either. As we seek God in our lives, God is able to work through us in wonderful ways, just like He did with Philippine. She struggled just like we struggle, but she persevered in seeking God, and God worked powerfully through her life as she continued to follow Him. And that's true in our own lives. None of us will be exactly like Philippine. We're all unique. We're all specially created by God, but each in our own unique ways, as we follow God and seek Him, God will work through us despite challenges, despite difficulties. He will work in wonderful ways through us as we continue to seek Him and follow Him. He will work in wonderful ways through our lives, and we truly can become a saint, just like Philippine, not in the exact same way as her, but in the unique way that God calls us to be a saint.
Absolutely.
And so may each of us continue that path of faith with the Lord, and trust that He will do wonderful things for us. May we be saints in heaven together someday.
Absolutely. And patron saint of persistence amidst adversity, right? Saint
Yes.
Rose Philippine Duchesne, please intercede for us. And so,
Yes.
Father, would you leave us with your priestly blessing, please?
Yes, thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and may God bless all of you in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit.
Amen. All right. Well, thank you both so much again. We truly appreciate your time with us. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we have been speaking to Father Barry Clayton and Larry Lemon, who are both from the Archdiocese of Kansas City, Kansas. They are representing the St. Rose Philippine Duchesne Shrine and the Memorial Park, and they are located in Mound City, Kansas. So again, thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate your time. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. Well, you are listening to Divine Mercy Radio. You can hear us on 101.7 KJDM Lindsborg, Salina, 105.7 KMDG in Hayes, 88.1 KRTT in Great Bend, 88.1 KVDM Hayes, 89.1 KGOH Colby, and 107.3 K297 AI in Hill City. We are going to take a quick break. We're going to have Michael give us a little bit of an update as to where we stand in terms of amount raised, in terms of how much matching funds we have available. And so I will turn the microphone over to him.
Good afternoon, Divine Mercy Radio. Hope you've been having a great time this afternoon is we've had some amazing interviews from all over. We have had board members, we've had people from the Kansas City Diocese, and we are about to enter into the final hour of the Care-a-thon. And so, again, if you have any questions or comments about the Care-a-thon, let us know. We have an email address especially for that. That is the reason that we have the comments at dvmercy.com email address is specifically for any suggestions or comments you might have. Allison already read the top of the hour, so you already know where we're going. It was really interesting. I'm starting to run the numbers on how we're doing. And it's really cool to see how many of you guys are actually on Facebook and watching us. We've had two live streams reach over 1,000 viewers each. And let me tell you, that is no small number. That is a good amount of people watching. And the more that people watch it, the more you get. It's kind of like the parable of the talents. The master goes out and he gives 5 talents to one person, 3 talents to another, and 1 talent to another. And he leaves for a number of years. And when he comes back, he says, okay, well, I gave you 5, I gave you 3, and I gave you 1. What did you do with your talents? And the one with 5 says, hi, I took your 5 and I doubled it. And I now have 10 talents. And the one with 3 says, hey, I took your 3 and also doubled it and turned it into 6 talents. And the last one says, I was ashamed of my talent and I buried it and I did not use it. And so the final line of that parable that Jesus says is, to those who are given much, much more will be given. And to those who will not even use a little bit that I give, even that will be taken away. And so social media kind of works with that as well, where it builds upon itself. So we're trying to make the most of the generosity that you guys have shown, and we're looking forward to that. So let's go ahead and get started with the final hour of Thursday of the 2026 Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new.
All right, so we're back for this final hour of our Thursday edition of the Divine Mercy Radio Care-a-thon. The first caller to donate to make a donation in the amount of $100 or more during this Thursday 3 p.m. hour, we are giving away a copy of the Living Word Catholic Women's Bible from Ave Maria Press that is compliments of Messenger Traditional Catholic Books and Gifts in Hayes. You can find Messenger at traditionalcatholicstore.com or come down and join us there on 10th Street in Hayes. For those of you who are watching us online, I am going to show you what this Bible looks like because it is beautiful. So I'll show you right there. It is a beautiful hardback Bible. It's got plenty of space for note taking. It's a stunning version of the Bible. So the first caller to donate $100 or more during this Thursday 3 p.m. hour will receive that copy of the Living Word Catholic Women's Bible from Ave Maria Press, compliments of Messenger Traditional Catholic Books and Gifts in Hayes. And you can find Messenger at traditionalcatholicstore.com or go visit them in person in downtown Hayes. They have a gorgeous store there, and we are so appreciative of Jerome and Angela Schmeidler and their family for all of the support that they give Divine Mercy Radio. For all the support they give to the Catholic community of Hayes. They are a true gem in downtown Hayes and a huge blessing to all of us in this Catholic community. So thank you so much, Jerome and Angela and your family from Messenger Traditional Catholic Books and Gifts in Hayes for making that beautiful donation of this book for our first $100 donor. To get this 3 p.m. hour started, I also want to share our second to last trivia question of the day. So this trivia question, please, if you're listening and you want to give us a call, the question is, which of these saints was the most recent? So who got canonized most recently? Is it A, St. Pope John Paul II, B, St. Faustina, C, St. Stephen, the first martyr, or D, St. Maximilian Kolbe? So again, which of these saints was the most recent? Is it A, St. Pope John Paul II, B, St. Faustina, excuse me, C, St. Stephen, the first martyr, or D, St. Maximilian Kolbe? If you know the answer to that question, you can give us a call at 785-621-4110. Sorry, I had to get rid of the tickle in my throat. Again, that number is 621-4110. Give us a call if you know the answer to that trivia question. You can also utilize that phone number to text us a question for any of our live on air guests. Give us a text or send us a text at 785-621-4110. If you have anything you'd like to ask any of our guests, they will shoot that message in here to the studio, and I'll be able to ask our guests that question on the air. So we are getting started with the final hour of this 2026 spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. We are going to be speaking this hour with Mary Schrader, and she's going to be talking about motherhood, through motherhood toward God. Mary is married to Gordon Schrader. They have 9 children from ages 20 down to 4. They are Rebecca, Samuel, Jacob, Paul, Miriam, Zipporah, Peter, Benjamin, and Joseph. Gordon is a web designer who works from home. He writes code for a legal website. Excuse me. Mary stays home with the children, and she homeschools the elementary age children through an online virtual school while keeping the youngest alive, which is a feat in and of itself. Good job, Mary. She's batting 1,000, and we're so grateful. The high schoolers attend TMP Marion, and currently Jacob, and that includes currently Jacob and Paul. Samuel is studying physics and mathematics at Fort Hays State University, and the oldest, Rebecca, is pursuing theology and secondary education at Benedictine College in Atchison. You have a beautiful family, and they have been such a huge blessing to so many. I see Samuel in the hall like almost every day at Fort Hays. It's such a joy to see him. And we just saw Rebecca last night because she was the sponsor for her cousin Lily at confirmation. And so it was such a blessing to see her back, even just for a couple of, hours from Atchison. So thank you so much for being with us. I have been friends with Mary for probably 20 something years, I think. So yes. And so I have to admit that I was very selfishly happy that Mary was on my list of people to interview today. So Mary, talk to us a little bit about the mystery of motherhood. I know some people may not consider it a mystery, but there's a lot of mysteries in motherhood. So share with us a little bit of your insight.
Well, I felt like to start this, I had to start with going back to the documents, of course, because it's the scholarly thing to do. So I found this one by on the Dignity and Vocation of Women by St. Pope John Paul II. I don't make me say it in Latin, but anyway, it's great because he talks about in paragraph 18, he begins with the basic truth of how man is created. It's the only creature willed for himself and able to decide for himself, but he also cannot find himself except through a sincere gift of himself. And so in the document, it says, the truth about the person also opens up the path to a full understanding of women's motherhood. Motherhood is the fruit of marriage, union of man and woman, of that biblical knowledge which corresponds to the union of the two in one flesh. This brings about on the woman's part a special gift of self. I think that's really pretty, and it comes up over the next few paragraphs, but just as a teaser, that appears to be, in my own humble opinion, the theological fulfillment of motherhood would be that it gives us a special way to give ourselves. Further in this, though, it says, motherhood implies that a beginning, a special openness to the new person that is precisely the woman's part. In this openness in conceiving and giving birth to a child, the woman discovers herself through the sincere gift of self. Further, it says, scientific analysis fully confirms that the very physical constitution of women is naturally disposed to motherhood, conception, pregnancy, and giving birth, which is a consequence of the marriage union with the man. And further, motherhood as a human fact and phenomena is fully explained on the basis of the truth about the person. It's just so beautiful the way he talks about the different aspects, how we're physically created this way and we're spiritually created and we're just all toward the new gift that we're able to bring forth.
Yes, absolutely. So when we look at motherhood, again, we talk about that mystery, and I mean, God's hands are all over this vocation, all over this role. Let's just look at Mary, for example, our Blessed Mother, Mary, not you specifically, but our Blessed Mother. What is it about Our Lady who is, she's the ultimate mother. So what is it that makes her so special in this role?
Whoa. Allison, you're running me up here. That was a later question. I just want to say.
Well, I'm jumping ahead. I know we'll backtrack and we'll make our circular
But
way
honestly,
around.
I think the most beautiful thing about Mary is just that she said yes. You know, and that the beautiful part of that is that's what sainthood is for all of us. Is God gives us our question and we're able to say yes, as Mary said yes.
Yeah.
Like, that's so beautiful.
And it's a yes that we have to say every single day.
And it's a yes that brings forth new life.
Yeah. And I mean, this is when we look at the Blessed Mother, you know, her yes is our example. And I know this isn't exactly what we had maybe planned to talk about, but how do you exemplify that yes for, well, not just your daughters, but your children in general? How do you show them that yes every single day?
Oh my goodness. You know, that's also I was going to talk. This is just great, Allison. You just dive right in.
I do. We've been friends for a long time. We can have this conversation and we'll fill the whole hour.
So it's really, I've noticed lately that like my older children are watching when I parent my younger children, and my younger children are, how do you say in a nice way that younger children are repetitive and often demanding. I have told my youngest so many times I do not negotiate with terrorists. He doesn't know what that means, but everyone else hears it and laughs because it's true. He's so like, I believe this, and I want this right now, and I'm like, no, you don't need that right now, but they're watching as I repeatedly am like, yes, Joseph, let me get that for you. Yes, Joseph, let me do that. Let me get up and find this for you. Let me make you dinner. Let me choose to do this for you. Let me, you know, in all these ways, they're seeing the sacrifice that I'm making each moment to them. And so then they're able to make that later. And I think that's a beautiful testament to like what a mother does. You see a mother working and you realize that's what, not only am I loving and they're seeing me love others, but they're seeing what it means to love others.
Yeah. Yeah, that's beautiful. What do you find are the fundamental aspects of motherhood? If you boil it down to the basics, what is that about?
Okay. I have this book. It's called Catholic Tales for Boys and Girls. It's by Carol Houselander.
Yeah, go ahead and show it. Yeah.
It's the best. This book is fantastic. It's a great read aloud for elementary age kids, but it's good for adults too. Okay. So there's this chapter on here called Bird on a Wing. And it's about a little boy, and he is from England, and he feels he's an orphan, and he feels called to be a priest, but he's really poor. He has to keep begging for his means to live. And he's like, how can I go study to be a priest when I don't have any money? And we're persecuted in England at this time. So he decides he's gonna stow away on this ship and go to France, where he can learn to be he can study to be a priest. So he climbs on this ship. He sees this one really big ship, and it ends up being a pirate ship. But he doesn't know until he's out in the water. And so he's like, well, what do I do now? I'm on the ship. So he's praying to Our Lady to help him, well, they let him live, right? And so they put him to work, and it's really hard work, and pirates aren't the best of men. And so they're kind of rough and tumble and whatever. And it's not so great. But then the ship does what pirate ships do, and they attack another ship, and they bring in the booty, and the captain gets wounded and all these people, and it's really terrible. But the little boy, amongst the booty is a statue of Our Lady. And the captain likes it. And so he's like, I'm going to take it home to my little girl in France. And so he puts it in his cabin, and the little boy loves this statue, and he'll go in and pray to it every time he sees it. And then it's like Mary is working through the statue and through the little boy then. So she tells him what to do. She's like, bind their wounds. And he goes and gets some bandages, and he starts trying to bind their wounds, and she like helps him. It's like he sees a vision of other hands doing it. And the head pirate guy is like, the captain, he's like, wow, I expect you to be not so good at this, and so he binds their wounds. And then another one is sad, and she says, console him. And he goes over, and he doesn't know quite what he's saying, but he can see the man like physically being consoled. And then he goes to help the cook, and he makes this delicious dinner, and he doesn't even know how to, he's cleaned a few potatoes, but he makes this delicious dinner and dessert. And like, so, and then they start like, he starts cleaning the ship. She's inspiring him, like, clean well. And the ship just looks beautiful and immaculate. And then he starts like, all of a sudden clothes are mended and pillows are fluffed. And all these pirates suddenly are like, oh, wow, it's so comfortable. It's so nice. We forgot what it's like to live in a dignified manner. And they decide to stop being pirates. They start flying a flag with like a lily on it and, a Marian flag. And by accident, just happened to show up. And they land in France, and they leave port the next time as an honest men. And they are no longer pirates. And it's because of this mothering that happened through Our Lady, through this little boy, because it's like, being a mother reminds us, it reminds the world that there is comfort, there is good, there is, and not that, I don't mean to say that it's wrong, like there are truths about the world that you have to deal with, but being a mother brings a little bit of comfort, a little bit of peace, a little bit of joy, a little bit of stability when
the waves of the sea are tossing you about and it's all crazy.
And our kids, I mean, all of us who are moms know that our kids are in the midst of that rough and tumble sea. And just in your experience, raising all of your beautiful children and getting many of them through that tumultuous, preteen, teenagerhood time in their lives, what lessons have you learned? What have you been able to take from, stories like that, or from just the Blessed Mother's example, or just, your faith life to help you navigate that?
Well, I think part of the secret is really just listening. I mean, how and not just like, oh yeah, you're talking, that's nice, like, but really trying to hear what they're saying, trying to encourage them, trying to validate their feelings. I don't want to say like, oh, you're right to feel that way, but just, oh, so that made you feel this way, to accept what they're sharing with you, to just really be open to receiving it. Like my kids, I feel like, could tell me anything and I would receive it. Now I might have to work at keeping my face, from responding so quickly, but a few deep breaths now and again. But I want to be that place where they can come and share their heart, because that's the secret, I think, to being human, is being able to share your heart with other people, because we're made for communion. And I think sometimes when our kids get lost in that storm, they kind of feel like they're all alone, and they feel like there's nobody that knows what they're going through or what it feels like or the struggles they're having. And it's like, but I want to be a safe harbor for them to come home and say, Mom, this is what happened, or Mom, this is where I'm at, or and that sounds glorious. Oftentimes it's much, much tamer. It's like, yes, how is your class today? Oh, that was hard for you. Oh, you got more homework. Well, that's rough. I mean, it doesn't seem always like they're fighting these battles, but really, in a sense, they are,
Yeah. Yeah. I do want to pause for just a second and give an update for some things. I know this will be reiterating some of what Michael was mentioning in his time in here briefly before Mary's interview. But we do have just a little over $3,000 left in matching funds during this spring Care-a-thon. Remember, our goal is $125,000 raised to continue the mission of Divine Mercy Radio. But we did start out with $30,150 in matching funds available starting Tuesday when we launched this year's spring Care-a-thon, and now we have just a little bit over $3,000 left. We do want to thank our first caller and our first donor, Nancy Niermeyer, who won the Bible. Also, congratulations to Nancy. And we also want to congratulate Cindy Lang, who is our trivia winner. The trivia question for the top of the hour was, which of these saints was the most recent? Saint Pope John Paul II, Saint Faustina, Saint Stephen the First Martyr, or Saint Maximilian Kolbe? And Cindy knew that the answer to that was Saint Pope John Paul II. So we're very excited that Cindy, knew the answer to that question, called in. And Cindy, we will make sure to get your name in the drawing for that $50 gift certificate, at the end of this hour. I also want to thank Larry and Mary Schlick, who donated $250, which doubles to $500. So Larry and Mary, thank you so much for the very generous gift that you gave to help us continue our mission here at Divine Mercy Radio. If you want to follow their lead, please give us a call at 785-621-4110. Again, the number is 785-621-4110. Or you can donate online at dvmercy.com. And while you're online, go ahead and check out that little thermometer. Michael keeps that one updated here every time we get a new batch of donors. He updates the amount that we've raised. So keep an eye on that, because we would very much love to see that little thermometer rise all the way to the top. Okay, so we're going to get back into our conversation with Mary Schrader in talking about motherhood and how we move more closely to God through our vocation of motherhood. So, Mary, how has motherhood? I mean, you've been a mom now for 20 years, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Rebecca's 20, or
she'll be 21
she'll be
this summer.
21.
Yeah.
So, how has motherhood changed your relationship with God?
I would say it's pushed me out of my comfort zone. So it's caused me to have to cry out to him. Before I had kids, I thought I was this pretty decent person. I'm like, oh, I'm not really selfish. I like to help people. I'm a good kid, and then I had a baby, and having children just blows your world. It's one thing to want to help people when you feel like it, and it's another thing to help your kids when you don't feel like it.
Yeah.
And that is kind of motherhood in a nutshell, is a lot of that being trial through fire, and you have to give when you don't want to give. And that became a whole new element of learning. So that I would say that kind of broke me open in a really good way, because otherwise we just kind of stay in our, if we never push ourselves, if we never like take on a penance, or we never try to do another prayer, or we never try to stretch ourselves, we never grow, and then we just kind of close in. And I think motherhood has been really good for me to kind of soften my soul to, well, and as the Pope says, it's the fulfillment, not just biological mothers, but if we weren't biological mothers, women are all called to be spiritual mothers, like we just have this within us as we're created. This is the fulfillment of our role as we grow and progress. This is the next step. It just feels so, it's a lofty calling, but it's so fulfilling,
And it's very, humbling.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
The daily humbling, right? That comes with motherhood, which is a gift. It's hard. It's a hard gift to accept in the moment a lot of times, but still it's a gift nonetheless.
Yeah. So much of it has to do with the children. I'm finally nine kids in, realizing it, you can parent them one way and their personality is just, know the best you can do. But I remember there were times, especially with my youngest, where he would sit, I never had to leave with my perfect child, Rebecca, as a baby. She was such a perfect baby. You know what I mean? And she was never caused any trouble. And now the last one, it was just, I don't know if I'm a worse parent or if I'm a better parent, but he's a lot more work. And I would have a harder time getting him to sit still or be still. And maybe it's because they're little boys too. Like my youngest 3, now I go out to eat or whatever, and they're just causing some trouble. And it's kind of like, well, if that bothers you, we can leave. But if it doesn't, like, that's the best I can do. Like, I cannot make him sit still and I cannot make him be quiet right now. I just can't. Like, I'm sorry.
And just when you think you have motherhood figured out,
yeah,
somebody does something new and you're like, oh, well, that's new. That is not something I experienced with any of your previous brothers and sisters.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a gift. Absolutely. Did you notice this shift in your relationship with God? I don't know, maybe is it more of a receptivity, or is it, how would you define that change? And how did that, did you notice a shift right away, or did that just grow over time? I know you kind of mentioned that you sort of 9 kids in, you sort of figured some things out. And
yeah, I think it's shifted slowly. Well, like I said, the minute I became a mother, really, you bring the baby home from the hospital, it's like the whole new world.
Yeah.
That's a huge shift. But then, like our growth with God isn't, we're not standing still. It's constantly moving. And so as we add children into the mix, it kind of just makes it a different flavor, I guess. But I do remember a gradual shift. So I remember being pregnant with Samuel, and Rebecca was still nursing, and I was like, one morning, I'm like trying to do 6 things at once. I'm nursing Rebecca. I've got this big old pregnant belly, and I'm eating toast, and I'm trying to pray the Liturgy of the Hours. And I was just like, she's like fussing around and wiggling, and I get jelly on my Liturgy of the Hours book. And I was just like, I was so mad. And then I realized, I was like, Mary, you were trying to do too much in that little bit of time before you go to work. I was like, okay, this is something needs to give. And I realized that mothering is really full-time, even above, I wanted to pray the Liturgy of the Hours. Sometimes you have to live the prayer rather than sit down and say the words, it's really, and that's a truth I know I've heard before, but it's one you kind of have to finally come to grips with when you're like, I just can't keep my eyes open to look at the book, or I can't find the time. Like, I just don't have the time.
Yeah.
You never know that until you're a parent. And yeah, people who are single think they have it's so busy. And it's like, you can't even have the light on after this amount of time because that kid will wake up and this will happen, and it's just like,
well, even I think taking young children to mass, where I know we've talked about this. I know several of our friends have talked about this. Like, you want to go to mass and you want to pay attention, but because little people are squirmy and maybe fussy and whatever, and so you feel like I didn't feel like I really went to mass, and so it is about that living out of that vocation, and just you have to live that prayer instead of being maybe fully immersed and concentrating on that prayer in that moment.
So that brings me back to another point I was going to bring up somewhere, but something I've just noticed God has been kind of highlighting for me lately has been a motherhood. Like, if you were going to say, oh, that's motherhood, like, you go to mass. The last couple of times I've gone, I've looked around and seen the little babies, which are so sweet. And then I see these mothers, and you just they're all swaying and they're rubbing a child's back and they're whispering in their ear, something to the kid to get them to behave. And it's just so sweet. My heart just overflows every time. I love the back rub. I just watch these moms just rubbing backs, and fixing the hair, tying the shoe. It's so beautiful.
It is, and you know the swaying, like you
Oh,
mentioned.
yes.
And it's so funny because if you sit far enough back at church, you'll see moms who maybe haven't had a baby in, you know, their kids are in middle school or high school or whatever, and all of a sudden they just start. They're not holding the baby, but they're just swaying back and forth because somebody in front of them with a baby is, and it's almost like that innate,
Yeah.
you know, when someone yawns and then you yawn.
Yeah.
Similarly, you know, all of us just start swaying back and forth. So yeah, I think that just gets ingrained in us. I want to go back to something you said. You know, you talked about spiritual motherhood, and there are many women who are not necessarily called to be biological moms, but have that spiritual motherhood aspect of their life. You know, can you expand upon that just a little bit?
Oh my goodness. Like as we have the IHM sisters here now,
Yeah.
which are such a blessing. I think just experiencing them, like, cause they're just so beautiful. I mean, I go in for parent teacher conferences to one of the sisters. I never can get their names.
Sister Mary Agnes or Sister Mary Monica?
I think it's Mary Monica.
Yeah.
And we'll start talking about my son. And then the next thing you know, we're just talking and it's just beautiful. It's like
Mhm.
going in to visit with your mom and I'm just like sharing my heart and whatever. And she's just coming back and telling me what website, one time I went in and I was telling her that my son Samuel was asking me the questions about the Eucharist, these like really specific type of theological, I don't know, very, very heady questions. And I was like,
Yeah.
I can't answer this, son. I'm sorry. You're going to have to ask someone else. And I was telling her this was back when he was in high school. And she was like, oh, there's this website and it's about St. Thomas Aquinas and it's got these videos and, oh, and they're good for you too. And we were just going off. And it was just so reassuring because it was just so friendly and welcoming and just mothering, you know, and I remember also one of the sisters came, I think this was before we had sisters here, or maybe it was some of the sisters, but they gave one of the parish missions at Immaculate Heart of Mary. And I remember her saying something about how she requested that every man that interacted with her would treat her with respect in a sense, but she said it better than that, if that makes
Yeah,
sense. But it was
yeah.
just so beautiful. It was like she invited them to be in their manhood and you could just see it so beautifully because I just love that embracing that as women, you know, we can't do things and men, their role is to be chivalrous and to be protective and to be that way. And so like, in a sense, the way she lived was like calling them to their vocation as well. And even Father Andy said it in the mass recently for Catholic Schools Week.
Oh yeah.
You know, about how when you're around a sister, you just want to behave the best you can. They just make you want to.
Yeah, they
you
bring
know?
out the best.
Yeah, and so in a sense, it's like they're mothering all of us. They're just encouraging us and loving us and inviting us to step up to what
Mhm.
we're called to be.
Yeah, and I think I've heard, I don't know if it's Father Fred or who, I know maybe he said it, where, you know, people ask him about, you know, did you ever want to become a dad? And he's like, I've got so many kids. I don't know. I think I remember him saying that to us in college when he was down at the campus center, but he's like, you know, at some point maybe, but now I have more kids than I know what to do with. And he's able to shepherd them all. And kind of like that with that spiritual motherhood where, you know, they're maybe called to a vocation in the religious life, but now they've got, I mean, you look at Sister Mary Agnes and Sister Mary Monica, and even, you know, Sister Rosemary and Sister John Marie down at Holy Family, where they have all of these kids that they are, you know, having that motherly affection toward and motherly care for. You know, they want the best for those kids for as little amount of time as they get with them in the day throughout the whole year. You know, they definitely they have that motherly instinct, and that comes out in their approach to their teaching, which is beautiful.
And that's often something I try and think about anytime we have guests at my house, especially kids. I always think of like, what would Our Lady do if we came to visit at her house? I know Sister Miriam James Heitland often prays, like she goes back to the Holy Family in her prayers, you know, and so she visits their house. And I always think, well, what if this were Our Lady's house? How would I greet these people? How would I welcome them?
Yeah.
You know, and of course my husband's like, okay, well, maybe your house doesn't have to be spotless like Mary's was, but he's always like, not so much on the cleaning.
You know, I do think about Mary, the Blessed Mother, and I think about what a struggle. I mean, she probably knew from a very early age, at least her parents, you know, Anne and Joachim, they knew she was different, right? And I'm sure at some point in her growing up, you know, whether that was about what we would consider middle school age or whatever, she knew there was something different about her. And I just have to wonder, like, what was that like for her as she grew into her motherhood, you know, and to take on such a huge responsibility and give God her yes, how that impacted her life. And you know, I think too, how did she deal with some of the stuff? Because I'm sure back then, you know, people probably saw her coming and was like, oh well, that's Mary with her perfect personality and her perfect kid. And I wonder, I
if
think
it was off-putting because she was so
yes.
holy. Yeah.
Yeah, and how she
Annoying
dealt with
holiness.
that. Annoying holiness, but how she dealt with that, and just knowing that she probably at some point was the object of ridicule,
Mm.
and I think there's so many times as mothers we feel put under the microscope,
Mhm. Mhm.
and I think she probably had that to such a high degree that we can't even fathom,
Mhm.
and so I look at just even just in looking at our prayer life, I'm sure thinking about the Blessed Mother and her prayer life leading up to Jesus's birth, probably looked one way, and maybe she too felt like, oh, now I've got a baby who needs all these different things, and so feeling a little bit stretched thin, and maybe that changed a bit. How has your prayer life changed since having kids?
Well, physically, it's changed. I mean, when I was in college, I went to a holy hour every day. I went to daily mass every day because I could. And when you're in college, you have copious amounts of free time. And so I put those things first. And that like really was good for that part in my life. And then I moved out here to the desert of Haze. It's not so bad, but from charismatic Franciscan University to Salina, Kansas, it's a little different,
Yeah.
a little bit of different atmosphere. And so it just was a big shift for me, just location and whatever. And then we settled down, got married, and started having kids so quickly that yeah, I would often pray the Liturgy of the Hours. Like that was my thing. And that's actually how I met my husband. Were you in that group that used to pray?
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah,
It's
night
the one
prayer and
summer
everything,
we would
yep.
pray. And so we did that group. And then the next summer, everybody vanished except me. And so then that's how I met Gordy. It was just he and I praying every night. So that was kind of neat. After we got married, we would pray night prayer, usually, sometimes morning prayer. But then it's like has slowly tapered off because I just can't seem to find that sort of a structured time. For a large part of my motherhood, I just had to do other things, and nursing the baby, like I said, became my prayer, and it became, a Bible verse here or there, or a little book now and then, but it just looks so different. And yeah, I think it's just kind of how motherhood, the ebb and the flow goes.
Mhm.
And now I've kind of been able to get back to a more stability looking prayer. As the baby has gotten older. I guess I was pregnant between baby 7 and 8 or 8 and 9. I don't remember which one, but I really felt like God was calling me to a deeper prayer life. And it was like, I need a more consistent, because I was kind of just letting it be whenever I could fit it, and it wasn't fitting well.
Yeah.
And so I started getting up early to pray. And we moved into our house that we live in now near Paradise. There's a closet with a window that I turned into my prayer room. And it's so amazing. Like God thought of me, and Gordy calls it my office, which is just so fun.
I love it.
But it is so great. And so I actually have my own little room I can go to in the morning. So I get up extra early and I take my coffee and I go in there and I shut the door and I turn on my light and light my candle. And I just have that time with God and I. And even when I was pregnant and half that time I was spent sleeping on the floor, but it was like, I think of Therese, who says that, sometimes for the deepest surgeries, the patient needs to be asleep. So that's what I just keep in mind.
Oh, that's
I was
beautiful.
trying to be faithful to my prayer time, even though it felt like I was getting nowhere. And nowadays, sometimes even I'm sitting there and I feel like I'm getting nowhere. But the beauty of prayer is that God's calling us. And even though we're trying, he's doing all the work,
Yeah.
So
Absolutely. Okay, well, we do want to thank the anonymous donor who just called in a few minutes ago with their donation of $500. So I don't know who you are. God knows who you are, but we thank you so much for that generous offering of $500 to help further our mission of Divine Mercy Radio. That money doubles to $1,000, and I will wait because I think we're getting very close to utilizing all of those matching funds. So I'm sure one of the guys will send me a quick update here in just a bit to tell us how many of those matching funds we still have available. But as we are at the bottom of the hour, I do want to share our next trivia question. So the trivia question for this 3:30 half hour is, which of David's sons took over the kingdom after he died? Was it A, Saul, B, Absalom, C, Japheth, or D, Solomon? Which of David's sons took over the kingdom after he died? Was it Saul, Absalom, Japheth, or Solomon? If you know the answer to that trivia question, please give us a call at 785-621-4110. Again, the number is 785-621-4110. While you're calling in, please prayerfully consider making a donation to support the mission of Divine Mercy Radio. Remember that our Care-a-thon theme is Behold, I Make All Things New, and your donations are absolutely allowing us to do that, to make new opportunities. We are getting ready to move into a new building, and so all of these donations will help us keep all of the equipment running, all of these stations that we have under us on the air. And we are just very generous, or very, very thankful for your generosity in any amount that you're willing to give us to help support this mission. So again, if you want to give us a call at 785-621-4110 and make your donation there, or you can go online and go to dvmercy.com. Again, it's dvmercy.com, and you can make an online donation there. We did get a trivia winner, and I'm thinking, if this is the correct guy, that this might be one of my godsons, but the trivia winner is Anthony Brown. He knew that the answer to our trivia question, which of David's sons took over the kingdom after he died, he knew the answer was Solomon. Good job, Anthony. I'm proud of you, kid. I think that's my godson. I don't know of many other Anthony Browns in the area, so I'm pretty sure that's the right one, and I'm proud of him. But Anthony will get your name in to the drawing for the gift certificate from Messenger Traditional Catholic Books and Gifts at the end of the hour. So congratulations to you on that. All right, well, we're going to continue this conversation with Mary Schrader, and we were talking about prayer life. I also wanted to ask you, because there is such a sacrificial aspect of motherhood, and how do you unite those little annoyances, the challenges, the late nights, the early mornings, all of, and literally physical pain, because there's so much of that when you're pregnant and, out recovering from birth and all of those things. How do you unite that with Christ?
Sorry, the first thing that comes to mind is not well. Not well.
Totally honest here.
But I do try. But I think you're just nailing it. That's the that's something that recently has kind of hit me harder lately. Just that aspect of God always with us, God always caring for us, God always near us, and how conversation is our prayer. And I know everyone says that, oh, I can just talk to God. But in a sense, it's beyond talking. It's almost like we exist with God more so. It's kind of what it feels like to me. And so when I'm in the kitchen a lot cooking, and it's boring, and it's like, okay, I'm resigning myself to wash the dishes again, or cook this meal again, or spend hours on this, just that sense that just inviting God to be here with me in this, and to allow this dullness, this seeming emptiness, to just fill that if he'd like. It's like we create a space for him. It makes me think of the widow in the Bible. I don't remember where, but there was some widow that would make a room for the prophet when he would come to visit.
Oh yeah.
And it's like we make this space for God, and we put the light on and say, anytime you're around, come on by. And it's like, you don't know that he's going to show up, and God can show up, and it can be this great prayer moment. And sometimes God doesn't show up, and then you just offer that time, and you say, well, I'm doing it the best I can, and I trust that this is that you're taking this. And yeah, like I said, with the physical pain especially, I've often thought about that, because I'm not very good at suffering. And the minute the pain starts, you just turn into this monster, and you're just like, afterwards you're like, I'm so sorry, Mom had a headache, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But it's just, I feel like God kind of just helps us a little bit at a time. And it's been helpful for me to have a specific prayer intention in mind sometimes. So I'll text one of my friends and be like, I've got a headache, what do you need prayer for? Like, this is for my friend Monica, or whatever. Like, it really can help me to focus sometimes, or to pray for a specific kid or a specific intention or something. Sometimes that can be helpful. But just to remember, like, that all of our moment in a sense becomes a prayer as we're living and moving with God in this sphere, whatever it is.
Yeah. What about the saints? How have the saints come to your aid in your motherhood? Or are there particular saints that you've kind of gravitated towards as you've become a mom and lived out this vocation of motherhood?
Well, Saint Saint Therese of Lisieux, of course, has kind of claimed me a little bit, which is sweet. So I went in the Adoration Chapel once, and there was a book by her about Lent, and I saw it sitting up there. For anyone to take, and I was kind of like, oh, I don't need that. I've got this other book, and so I sat down. About halfway through the hour I was in there, I was like, well, maybe I'll just look at it a little. And I pulled over and I started looking at it, and it was just like speaking right to my heart. And I was like, thanks, Therese, you're the best. Like, this is really good. But so I've been just kind of I was reading through some of her different works and things, and a lot. Like, I remember one time I sat down in my prayer closet and I was having a particularly bad day, and I just look over at my shelf and I pulled off a book that I'd already read before, and I just opened it up, and it was one about her or something, and there was this line from her in it, and it just was like exactly what I needed to hear. And I was like, oh, she's the sweetest. And then lately she's been introducing me to her mother, Saint Zelly, right? And I stumbled upon their letters between Saint Zelly and Louis. Yeah, and that's fun. So it's been really neat to see the what do I want to say, the more relatable aspects of them in their letters. They love each other so much, but at the same time, it's like, don't buy the silk for me anymore there, because you spend too much money.
Well, and I know in some of her writings, she also is talking about just how many times she had to get one kid off the stairs, and I just want her to sit still, and all of these things. And I think, oh my gosh, that's so relatable. How often we do the same things over and over.
Oh yes.
So Saint Therese, Saint Zelly, anybody else?
Well, I mean, John Paul II, just because. Who doesn't love St. John Paul II?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I don't know specifically of motherhoods. Do you know motherhood saints?
Like a few of them. I'm trying to think. Well, Saint Monica, she's a huge one.
Forgive me. Yes, Saint Monica.
Not because of I'm bringing my children back to the faith or anything, because we, but just her persistence.
Yes.
And I just think, oh my gosh, there are times where I'm just like, okay, God, I've prayed about X, Y, or Z for how many weeks now,
and she's like,
she was
44 years, or whatever it was.
Exactly. Oh, you think that's a lot? That's nothing.
A drop in the bucket.
A drop in the bucket, and it's just like, okay, humility. It comes in spades.
Oh, and St. Augustine must have been such a handful.
Yes. And I just think about, the challenges, and just thinking like, oh my goodness, I'm never going to see the fruit of this. Yeah. And yet here she's the mother of one of the most amazing saints, in our church's history. And so I just, those consolations, that it brings to your heart. But so she's a big one. Saint Anthony is my best friend forever. In our house, we lose a lot of things. And so we, Saint Anthony and I talk on a daily basis. And so he, I constantly am asking for intercession. Oh, this kid lost his homework, or this child lost X, Y, or Z, whatever.
Or their will to get their homework done on time.
Exactly. We talk about saints for students. So I go to a lot, Saint Joseph of Cupertino. Oh my goodness.
Buddy.
Yeah. And then I also, this is going to sound so crazy, but I look at some of those saints that had the gift of bilocation. And I've told like a couple of the, staff members at St. Joseph this, and there's some other people that I've told about this, I think in our Catholic Wellness group. There are times when I'm just like, God, this would be such a beautiful gift, because I would use it wisely. I understand the space-time continuum and all of those things. I understand that, but I would use it wisely. I could be at home doing the cleaning, getting the laundry done, all the things. And then I could be doing whatever I need to do with at work, or going to this event or that event. And so I just think, God and I have had that conversation at Adoration. Well, I say God and I have talked. I don't know. I'm sure he's listening and just rolling his eyes. But, I've spent a good portion of Adoration talking about that, saying, just please give me that gift of being able to manage all the things and be wherever I'm most needed at whenever I'm most needed there. So, yeah.
Wasn't St. Anthony the one that had the child too? Like, they peeked in and he was like holding the baby
Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus. Like, I think of that sometimes, just like when I'm with my kids, like, could you hold him for a minute? Like, could you just keep them calm for a little bit, rest with them for a little bit,
right?
So they'll settle.
So we've got, this huge treasure trove of saints, to support us. And I'm constantly, learning about somebody new, and I'm just thinking, oh, that's a good prayer for that one. Or, my kid's got this issue or that issue. And I'm just like, okay, yes, now I have a saint for that,
and Carlo Acutis, the recent one, he speaks to me because he's so young. And I just think, like, could you have your mother pray for me too? Like, I'm the age of your mother. You know what I mean? I'm like,
Yeah.
could you just reach me on that level? If you were my son, could you pray for
Right.
me as my son? It's almost like, yeah, it's almost like the sun saint to me. You know,
Yes.
it's like the first time when I started having a priest that was my age, or a priest now that's younger than me. Like, that's a
Mhm.
new level. And now it's like the beauty of it though is that it's the priest is the father, the priest is the son. It's
Yes.
still beautiful.
Yeah. And in fact, I think about St. Carlos Acutis, like, and I think about his mom, and when he was, that we were going through the whole canonization, and she was all over on media and being interviewed. And I just think, oh my goodness, I cannot even imagine. That is probably an indescribable feeling to know that your child is being recognized by the church in such a capacity. You know, that has to be just, there's no words for it. You know, so yeah, tons of people, tons of individuals to pray for us. If you would think back to, as you think back upon your journey of motherhood, 20 years you're into this now, and you're a mother till you die. You're always going to worry about your kids. My mom's like, I'm 73 and I still worry about my kids because they're fully grown, and all this. What would you say to a mom who is newly on this journey? First child, maybe she's in the first year of this journey into motherhood. Looking back on your journey, what would you say to her?
Well, I think the thing that I don't know about every mother. Every mother needs something different. But if I were to go back and look at myself, I would tell myself that motherhood is a hidden vocation, but God is there and seeing it. Because, in a sense, like especially when you're a mother of young children, you go to playgroups and you go, take them out to go for a walk, go to the park, whatever. But a lot of it is spent at home behind your closed door. A lot of it is spent with no one seeing what you're putting up with. And it's so easy to feel like nobody cares, because it's like, I have 3 kids, I have 6 kids, whatever. It's like even my 9 kids, like, and it's not very many kids. I feel like it's not. I'm not making an impact on the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All I'm doing is keeping these 9 alive, like whatever. But I would look back at myself now and be like, that's actually a huge deal. Like to these kids, I'm the world. Like they would tell you I'm irreplaceable. And I know that's not necessarily true. Like if need be, so they could get another mother figure. But that's the beautiful part about Communio. But just that, even though it's hidden, it's like God sees you in each moment, and just to savor that moment. And in a sense, it's almost like a glimpse of God, like the face of God sometimes in caring for these children, and when they're joyful, and when they're sad, and when you're able to comfort them, like how beautiful that is.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this too, because flipping it to the other side, what were some things about your own mom that inspired you in the way you mother your children? Was there anything that she did or an approach that she took and you're just like, I want to emulate that?
Sounds like you have a story.
No, I was like, oh, Holy Spirit, what else can we talk about? Because I love this conversation.
No, this is beautiful. I think something about my mom was that she was always gentle and she was always kind.
Yeah.
There was never a harshness. There was never you got in trouble, you're going to be punished. It was always approached with my dignity as a person was always respected, and it was always compassion and empathy. And I like to think I didn't turn out too bad, so she must have done okay.
She did. Good job, Madonna. Great job.
But I also know that, like, as the mother, in a sense, my husband and I have had this conversation, how the father tends to be more of the disciplinarian and the mother tends to be more of the consoler. And you kind of need both in a family. And not saying that mom can't discipline and dad can't console, but at the same time, it kind of tends to fall that way. And so, but there is a beauty, I think, in the mother to be the one that consoles, to be the one that's there after the child has the trouble and the struggle, and they made the mistake, to be the one that understands,
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and pause for just a second. We want to thank Jackie Sklout for donating $100. Jackie, thank you so much for your generous donation. That means a lot to us in helping us maintain our ability to keep the lights on and keep all of these various pieces of equipment that I'm surrounded by, keeping those going. So thank you so much for prayerfully considering that donation. If you want to follow Jackie's lead, please give us a call at 785-621-4110, or you can go to dvmercy.com and make your donation there. While you're there, please continue to follow us on that little thermometer that we have on the front page of the website. Just watch us over the next, now it's like 15 minutes and then all day tomorrow, and how that thermometer grows. We are so grateful for all of the donations that we have received, both in, pre-Care-a-thon donations, as well as those that have come in over the last 3 days. But we still have a good ways to go. to reach that goal of $125,000. I would ask that you prayerfully consider, making a donation and challenging your friends or your family, or if you're a Knights of Columbus organization, if you're a council there, challenge another Knights of Columbus council to step up and make the donation to support Divine Mercy Radio, and allow us to share the gospel message across these airwaves that cover hundreds and hundreds of miles, especially as you look at that I-70 corridor. We are so grateful for all of those who have stepped up to make that pledge to say, yes, I'm going to put my money where my faith is, and I'm going to support this mission of Divine Mercy Radio. So we appreciate any amount, any donation, whether it's a couple of dollars a month, or if it's $1,000 a month. We would be more than happy to make the best use of that money. So if we have we still have some time left available today, so give us a call in the next 10 or 15 minutes, and let's take care of the rest of those matching funds. Again, give us a call at 785-621-4110, or donate online at dvmercy.com. Okay, so Mary, we have just a little bit of time left. We have about 5 minutes left. Is there anything about motherhood that we didn't cover, things that you kind of wanted to share with us, thoughts that were on your heart, or anything that you've felt pertinent for today's conversation? I know you always come in so prepared, and then I just go off script.
No, actually, your off script has saved my life lately. I've it's been so hard to prepare for this. We've been sick like forever, it feels like, and it's hard to like think when your brain isn't working right. And so I actually have no great further insights. Ask me more questions,
sure.
Allison.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. So I asked you, what would you tell yourself in those first, maybe a year of being a mom? For those moms who are just entering like the preteen phase, which I know is a huge, and especially when you look at all the distractions, all the technology, all the things that our kids are being called to do or giving the opportunity to do, what kinds of advice would you give that mom who may feel like, I'm losing the fight here, I don't know what to do? What would you tell her?
Don't give up.
Solid advice. Yes.
Keep fighting the good fight.
Yes.
I don't know. Recently, my husband stepped up for us and said that we were only going to have video games on the weekends, actually only on Sundays.
Oh, nice.
And that has been kind of very good for our family.
Yeah.
So it was a shift. We used to be, you had to finish your homework and then you could have some time in the evening. And now it's been, no, we're not going to do that. And that has re-geared our family focus back toward other things. It's given them some space to do other things, which is just vital. I think that might be what I would say to a preteen or whatever. Find out what your kids like to do and do it with them, because honestly, it's all about relationship, and it's about having that relationship, and you should be growing it all along. And even if you haven't, it's okay, but start now. Find something to do with them, find your time. I know my dad used to always go for drives with my brother. Like that was how they would talk. So, well, let's go for a drive. He didn't drive with me as much. I don't know.
She is an excellent driver, I promise.
I wasn't out of driver's ed though, but we won't talk about that. But no, like finding some way to connect with them. This is fun too, because I was just giving my daughter some suggestions for Lily for her confirmation sponsor. I was like, go spend some time with her, take her out for ice cream, take her do the fun girl things. I'm good with girls, but especially I take my daughters to the thrift shop. I know that's silly, but they love it because you can find so much good stuff and you can spend the whole day there just like laughing at the things or trying on the things or buying all the things. Girls are so easy. Boys are harder, but they do like food and ice cream. And, if you want to go take them to wherever, like take them to the library and listen to tell you about your favorite book. I've learned to accept some of them, and like, or talk about Minecraft for a while, or gosh, I've heard so much about Minecraft lately. I'm like, okay, but their houses, their creations are fantastic. I'm just like, wow, like look at the creativity of this. But so in a nutshell, just find something that your children and relate to them, not on social media. Although if you want to do that, if that's part of your thing, like I text my kids too, is what I'm trying to say. But we try to keep the phones. We only have phones because we drive 40 minutes. We don't otherwise. When you're home in the house, I'm not expecting you on your phone. You know what I mean? I'm expecting you doing other things.
Well, in terms of, you mentioned, spending time with them on the faith side of that, what have you done to instill that faith life, that prayer life, and encourage that in your kids?
Well, something we did this year during Lent, was it this year or last year? I don't remember, but our church started doing adoration on Wednesdays just for an hour. And so I was like, we're doing it. I don't
Awesome.
care your excuse. We're doing it. So we would drive in and do an hour of adoration as a family. And at first they were kind of like, oh, but one time we left and my son that went to high school was like, Mom, I needed that. I was like, oh, bless your heart. And that's really the secret. I mean, as a mother, I keep saying we're going to comfort and we're going to do all these things, but it's really just bringing Jesus to them.
Yeah.
And letting them experience Jesus, because he's our healer. He's our consoler. He's the one that does the things. We just need them to settle down to reach him,
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Mary, we are getting ready to wrap things up here. And so I know that the guys will be making their way in, but thank you so much. Everyone, we are so appreciative of Mary bringing, taking time away from your family and, coming in here to talk about how we move closer to God through our motherhood. So thank you again for your insight and for your joy and for raising just a beautiful family. We
And thank you,
appreciate
Allison. It's a pleasure to talk with you.
Yes, thank you. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the end of our third day of the Divine Mercy Radio Care-a-thon. Again, our spring Care-a-thon theme is Behold, I Make All Things New. And we have a lot of new elements, that we've talked about over the course of the last 3 days. In terms of opportunities and faith life and pilgrimage sites that many of us don't know anything about or haven't to this point. We also are very excited to be able to move into a new building in the very short term for Divine Mercy Radio, but we can't do that without your help. And so please prayerfully consider making a donation to help us reach that $125,000 goal. Again, you can give us a call even after 4 o'clock. We'll still be here. You can give us a call tomorrow. Cody Marinser will be on the air tomorrow from 7 o'clock until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 7 a.m. to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And, he will be joined by several new guests, people that we haven't talked to before, several people that we have. So just to give you a preview of what that day looks like, Representative Barb Wassinger, we will have an interview with her on the air at 7 a.m. We will also hear from Carl Hines, from George Toman, from Father Adam Urban, from our very own Michael Lager, from Chloe Prout, Father Fred Gatchett, and then Mark Gatchett and Father Fred Gatchett, who will be discussing faith and faithscience.org. And will they be on the air with Father Spitzer? No, talking about him. Very good. Okay. So I've got Michael and Nathan in the studio with me, but please do give us, a listen tomorrow. You can tune in via the radio. You can tune in via our Divine Mercy Radio app on your phone. You can watch us live on YouTube on, is it Rumble. We've got a number of avenues to watch us and to listen in to our Care-a-thon. But I'm going to turn it over to these guys because they have an update of where we stand. They also are going to let us make the do the drawing for the $50 gift certificate. But before we get there, I do want to thank Joan and Larry Drees of Ellenwood for their donation of $100 toward our goal. So thank you so much, Joan and Larry. We also had Roger and Jolene Schuster from Grainfield who called in with a $500 donation. So Roger and Jolene, thank you so much for that very generous gift. We appreciate all of your support and all of your, I know for a lot of you, these are sacrificial gifts, and we cannot thank you enough for making that sacrifice to help us further our mission. So I will let one of you, I'm not sure who wants to take the lead on this.
Sweet. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll just go ahead and do the fun part that everybody's probably tuning in for. And that is for the drawing for the gift card to Traditional Catholic Books Messenger here in Hayes. So Nathan has it nice and high. It actually might be too tall for me to reach for once. Oh, never mind. I was wrong. My own height astounded me. All righty. And I think this is well deserved because she really tried hard to call in this whole entire week. But Lorraine Brungart is the trivia winner.
Congratulations, Lorraine. That's awesome.
She had to talk to me a few times, and I always feel bad because I'm phone number 2. And so if you get to me, typically it's not good news for your trivia chances.
No, that's okay. Well, congratulations. We are so happy for you, and we will get you that $50 gift certificate. Again, that is a $50 gift certificate to Messenger Traditional Catholic Books and Gifts in Hayes, and you can find Messenger at traditionalcatholicstore.com, or you can find them in downtown Hayes. The last couple of things that I want to mention is another amazing donation. We have Doug and Melissa Johnson who donated $300 for toward our goal. So Doug and Melissa, thank you so much again for your generosity in supporting Divine Mercy Radio. We want to again remind everyone that we will be on the air for one more day tomorrow from 7 a.m. until 4 p.m. Cody Marinser will be your host. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to spend this time with you. And thank you again. I mentioned all of our board members, and we have Nathan and Michael on staff here at the radio station. We also have an army of volunteers behind us that allow us to maintain our staffing, fully staffed here at the station during these care-a-thons. We could not have done it without you, but we definitely work together as a team. As you know, many of you know, you've seen a few different hosts over the course of these last 3 days, but you'll be in very good hands with Cody tomorrow. We're very excited about the opportunity to bring you another slate of amazing guests. And so thank you so much again for all of your commitment to Divine Mercy Radio. For those of you who have stepped up to the plate, made those pledges, made those donations, we are truly appreciative of those donations, and we will do our absolute best to keep your money funding all of the things that keep us on the air, whether it's the technology, whether it's the daily bills, or just the programming that we subscribe to, and in order to spread the gospel message. So again, we want to thank you. I don't know if the guys have anything else they want to add for the day. I think the thermometer is in the process of being updated. Anything else you want to say before we do our top of the hour station identification?
No, just we're going to keep going, and we got one more day, so make sure to tune in and spread the word. I know sometimes it's a very busy time of year, so there's sometimes people don't know what's happening, so just spread the word and make sure that people tune in for another great day.
Excellent. So we will go ahead and do the top of the hour station identification before we move back over to our regular programming. You are listening to Divine Mercy Radio, 101.7 KJDM Lindsborg, Salina, 105.7 KMDG Hayes, 88.1 KRTT in Great Bend, 88.1 KVDM in Hayes, 89.1 KGOH Colby, and 107.3 K297 AI Hill City.
Yeah.
We're good?
Oh, shoot. No, they can hear us.